Imagine the universe not as a lifeless mechanism, but as a living presence, breathing through you. For the ancient Greeks, the gods were not inhabitants of some distant mountain. They were the laws of nature, they were the vibrations of the soul, they were the invisible architecture that holds existence together. What is it that we call right? And what is wrong? Are these merely social conventions or reflections of a deeper equilibrium? The Greeks gave that equilibrium a name, Themis. And Themis is not some moral opinion, it is structural balance. This journey will not move through mythology as entertainment, it will move through cosmology, ontology, psychology, and motion, to that threshold where chaos becomes cosmos. And when we say chaos into cosmos, we do not mean disorder into order, but diffusion into jewel, cosmima, the word Pythagoras established for our universe. Expansion into form, silence into structure. So welcome, not to a story about the gods, but to their recognition. To understand the Olympians, we must first understand the silence that preceded them. In the beginning, as Hesiod writes, chaos came to be. Notice the phrasing carefully. It was not created, it was not constructed, it emerged. Chaos is not disorder. It is the opening, the chasm, the vastness through which existence diffuses. It is movement before form and energy before boundary. Energy is ento ergon, which means within the work. Without this primordial outpouring, creation would remain forever compressed, a potential without any manifestation. From this diffusion emerges Yea, the grounding principle, stability, and matter, and together with her, Eros. And Eros is the primordial attractive force that compels the scattered to unite. So already we are inside the sequence, a mathematical unfolding of being. Later, in the Timeus, Plato introduces the Demiurge, but this figure is not a creator ex nihilo. He is not an external ruler imposing his will. He is mind, divine intelligence contemplating eternal forms and arranging pre-existing reality into cosmos. The Demiurge does not invent order, he reveals it. The world, therefore, is not an abandoned object, it is a living organism with soul and mind. We do not stand outside the divine, we are within it, we live in a giant divine mind. To understand this, imagine a musician. He does not create from emptiness, he creates through harmony, proportion, rhythm, and through laws that are not imposed upon him, but that flow from the very structure of his own being. The instrument is hora, the receptive field of matter. The harmony is the eternal form, and the music is the cosmos. And once the music begins, musician, instrument, and song are not separate. It is a chain reaction. You and me, we are not spectators in this symphony, we are notes within it. Before the Olympian light stabilizes this harmony, there is weight, the Titans. The Titans are not villains, they are magnitude, they are expansion, they are unrefined power. They stretch the fabric of being to its limits, and they are the necessary density. Without them, no structure could ever stabilize. When Kronos devours his children, he is not monstrosity. Kronos is time. Kronos is chronos, holding all things within potential. Time, unfolded, creates relation. Relation gives birth to consciousness, and consciousness allows structure to emerge. With Zeus, raw expansion becomes arrangement. Through mnemosini, the memory of eternal principles, and through Themis, the irreversible law, power becomes justice. The 12 are not characters, they are facets of a unified luminosity. They are the rays of the One refracted through the prism of human perception. And to understand their height, we must begin from below, from distortion, from imbalance, from the broken schesis. Schesis means connection. So, from the broken connection, we will descend into the mirror of the distorted soul. We will confront hubris, the loss of measure. We will witness nemesis, not punishment, but the natural restoration of harmony, because the monsters are not ancient creatures, the monsters are us, when energy remains unrefined. And this entire journey is not about history, it is about the anatomy of our own existence. So, let's begin with the monsters. What if the ancient Greeks understood the dark side of human mind more clearly than modern psychology? Long before Freud spoke of repression, long before Jung described the shadow, and long before neuroscience mapped emotional circuits, the Greeks had already named the forces that distort perception, collapse judgment, and lead a person away from their true nature. The Pantheon, a neural architecture of the cosmos. Before we dive deeper into Hybris, Ati, Nemesis, and Thesis, we need to understand the mental world that produced them. Because the Greek Pantheon, it is not just a collection of gods, it's a neural network, it's a symbolic architecture mapping how energy, consciousness, and disorder move through the universe and through the human psyche. And the word Pantheon reveals this immediately because Pan means all, everything, the totality, and Theon from Theon, which is the divine, which is a word connected to two ancient roots. One, Tithimi, which is to place, to set something in order, and two, Theo, which is to run, to move with unstoppable speed. In both cases, the divine is not a person. It is motion, order, flow, the very unfolding of reality. The Greek gods were expressions of cosmic functions, of forces, of patterns and movements of energy. This is why the Greek world begins in chaos and night, passes through the Titanomachy, and only then reaches the order of Zeus. And this is not simply mythology, it is cosmogony. It is a description of how reality organizes itself, how consciousness stabilizes, and how order emerges out of the unformed. And every god in this chain is a component of the universe. It is a frequency, it is a specific mode of awareness. The Titans are not just old gods. In the language of modern physics, the Titans would probably represent the primordial fields, infinite and terrifyingly vast. The word Titan comes from the root titeno. It means to stretch, to exert to the limit, kind of. They are the personification of energy in its most expansive, entropic, and undifferentiated state. Before Zeus, we had Kronos. In physics, this is the reign of entropy. Kronos devours his children just as a closed system devours its own energy, leading toward heat death. It is the arrow of time that moves only toward destruction. To move beyond Kronos is to move from linear decay to cyclical intelligence. Then we have Oceanus and Tethys. These are not water gods. They are the quantum vacuum. Oceanus is the infinite ocean that circles the world, the fluid fabric of space-time. Tethys is the distributor, the transmitter, and together they represent the fluctuating field from which all particles, the Olympians, will eventually pop into existence. And then the Titanomachy is the cosmic struggle between discontinuity, which is the Titans, and structure, which is the Olympians. The Titans, think of it that they represent the wave function, everywhere at once, infinite, and probability without form. Zeus, the Logos, represents the quantum observer in a way. When Zeus strikes with his thunderbolt, the symbol of concentrated directional energy, he collapses the chaotic wave function of the Titans into the stable particle reality of the Olympic order. He does not destroy the Titans, remember, he confines them to Tartarus. In physics, this is energy confinement. For an atom to exist, the titanic raw nuclear forces must be bound within a structure. If those forces, the Titans, ever break free from their Tartarus, their atomic bond, what do you get? You get a nuclear explosion. It is chaos returning to claim the order. And then the 12 Olympians function like the bosons of the universe. Hermes is the photon, the messenger of light and information. Without Hermes, no interaction or transaction can ever occur between different points of the psyche or the cosmos. Ares and Aphrodite are the forces of attraction and repulsion, the strong and weak nuclear forces that hold the nucleus of the self together or pull it apart. Apollo is the frequency and vibration that gives matter its tune, scaling, and harmony. Everyone thinks these stories are for children. No. These are the blueprints of singularity. The Greeks didn't have particle accelerators, they had myth. The 12 Olympians complete the highest level of the structure. Even their home, Olympus, reveals its meaning. Olympos is from Ololambis, it means all shiny. It's the peak of consciousness. So from the chaotic depths to the highest vibration, the pantheon forms a complete spectrum of forces. But below the Olympians, the Greeks placed another layer of beings, the uplifting powers and the entrapping powers. So some elevate the mind towards clarity, harmony, and self-knowledge, and others bind the soul to illusion, confusion, and inner collapse. These entrapping powers were not demons, they were your own unmastered tendencies, your errors of perception, your loss of self-command, and your unintegrated shadow. So the Greeks personified these forces as monsters: Medusa, the Lernean Hydra, the Chimera, the Minotaur, the Sphinx. Not to frighten children, but to reveal the inner structures that grow when consciousness loses its center. And this is exactly what Nikola Tesla centuries later said when he says, if you want to understand the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. The ancients already knew this. Their entire mythic system is an energetic map from the formation of the cosmos to the formation of the human soul. And the same pattern appears at the psychological level. When inner order collapses, hybris rises. Hybris then blinds the mind, and this blindness is ati. And ati provokes the correction of reality, which is nemesis. And if a person refuses to learn, there comes thesis, which is the final consequence. And these are not just moral lessons, they are laws of inner physics, the mechanics of the psyche. Now let's take a closer look, because each of these forces matches a precise pattern of psychological breakdown, and each mythic monster corresponds to a very specific distortion of the self. So before we begin, let's see first what myth really is. The 5 levels of myth interpretation according to Proclus. A myth is multi-layered and can be read on many levels, which must be recognized to reveal its full philosophical and theological depth. Proclus uses the hierarchy of reality, divine, intelligible, psychic, and material to correspond to the levels of myth interpretation. 1. Historical and material level. So here the myth is understood as a simple narration of events or a fictional story as an uneducated listener would perceive it, and the characters and actions serve as models for moral behavior in everyday life. 2. Physical, cosmological level. So the gods here and their actions are symbols of the forces and phenomena of nature. Zeus, for example, is the ether, Hera is the atmosphere, and so on. And it describes the order and functions of the cosmos, of the world of the senses, which is our world, cosmos, elements, planets. This level includes the astronomical or astrological interpretations. 3. Psychological, ethical level. The events of the myth are understood here as states and struggles within the human soul. For example, battles between gods and heroes as the internal conflicts between the rational, spirited, and appetitive parts of our soul. So it leads to the ethical improvement and purification, the catharsis of the soul. 4. Metaphysical, intelligible level. The myth here refers to the forms, to the ideas and the essences of our world. So it reveals the structures and hierarchies of the forms, which are the basics of the world of the senses. 5. Theological, transcendent level. So this is the highest and most sacred level. The myth refers to the primordial deities and the one, which is the monad, and the transcendent principle, and it explains the hierarchy of divine beings and how the world was created from the one and how humans can unite with it. The Greeks never divided the world into good and evil. That dualism comes much later. They divided reality into 2 states: what is in accordance with nature and what has moved away from it. The shadow for them wasn't an enemy. It wasn't a demon hiding in the dark. It was a force inside the human being, a potential that could become creative insight or destructive blindness, and depending on whether the person lived in harmony with their own and nature. And when we say nature, we mean the whole structure of the cosmos. Every collapse of the human soul begins from within, not from curses, not from divine punishment, but from a psychological sequence that's recognized already in archaic Greece. We have a 4-fold movement of inner disorder, which is hybris, ati, nemesis, thesis.
Hybris is the swelling of the ego beyond its measure, and Ati is the blindness that follows the loss of measure, and Nemesis is the restoring counterforce that reality applies. And thesis is the final consequence if you don't align yourself with the harmony of the cosmos. So this is the Greek shadow. It's not a monster outside us, but the moment we turn against our own nature. And that's when the universe answers.
Before we proceed into the mechanics of collapse, we must clarify here a concept that modern thought has totally distorted. The forces we are going to describe, hubris, Ati, nemesis, were often called daemones by the ancients. But in the Greek worldview, the demon has absolutely nothing to do with the later religious notion of evil or demons. Its root lies in the ancient verb deo, which means to divide, to distribute, or to give something to someone, give the right portion. So the demon is the specific portion of cosmic energy that is assigned to you. It is the distributor of your fate, the energetic blueprint of your potential. So when we say a person falls into hubris, we are actually saying that they are mismanaging the distribution of their internal energy. Instead of channeling their demon toward the ascent, toward the light, they trap it within low frequency vibrations. And this is what Heraclitus meant with his fragment ethos anthropodemon. A man's character is his demon. Your character is the way you distribute your soul's energy. This means that the monsters we will analyze in a bit, the Hydra, the Minotaur, the Medusa, are nothing more than our own power misallocated. They are our internal strengths that, having found no path toward the Olympus of higher consciousness, became distorted and grew into beasts within our own labyrinth. So the study of dark psychology, therefore, is not the study of evil. It is the study of the internal economy of the soul. It is about learning how to stop feeding the monsters and start fueling your higher self within.
1. Hybris, the first fracture. Hybris comes from ivris, a word rooted in the idea of hyper, how we say hyper in English, going beyond proper limits, and combined with a sense of violence and insult and assault, this is a very dangerous place to be. So in classical Greek, it meant far more than arrogance. Ivris was profanation, outrage, the violation of measure, and it included ekia, which means the act of wounding, harming, degrading, and propylakismos, which means throwing clay, mud at someone, literally, humiliating them to elevate yourself. So hybris is the moment when a person claims more than what actually belongs to them. Grabbing, taking, seizing, not necessarily out of strength, but out of inner balance. This is not confidence, it's distortion, it's a swelling of the self beyond its natural boundary. The Greeks understood that downfall never begins with catastrophe. It begins with a slight expansion, a subtle but dangerous inflation of the ego. The sense that I am above consequences, that measure doesn't apply to me, my judgment is enough. Psychologically, hybris is an impulsive certainty, an inflated ego, a loss of inner proportion, the belief that the world will bend to your will, the refusal to listen to the inner logos. And hybris is the first fracture, the point where a person steps outside harmony and it begins to lose sight of themselves. Every tragedy, every Greek tragedy begins with hybris, and every psychological collapse too. 2. Ati, the blindness that follows. Ati comes from the ancient word aao, which means to blind, to bewilder, to damage the mind. And the noun ati meant exactly that: confusion of thought, derangement, the clouding of judgment. It was the state in which a person loses the inner thread of clarity and acts under a kind of inward haze. In myth, Ati is a goddess. It's the very personification of ruinous delusion. She was the daughter of Eris, according to Hesiod, or cast out by Zeus, according to Homer. Her siblings are actually telling the story, because her siblings are pain, forgetfulness, disease, strife, murder, deceit, falsehood. Nice family. But all of this is not evil. It's the forces that unravel from inside the mind. Ati is not stupidity. Ati is when the mind becomes opaque to itself. You don't realize you've lost clarity. You believe you're still seeing straight, while in truth, you are already drifting. And this is the psychological brilliance here, because Ati is cognitive distortion thousands of years before psychology named it confirmation bias, cognitive dissonance, self-deception, inner fog. Hybris breaks the order. Ati blinds the judgment, and it's the moment when the soul, having stepped outside its measure, cannot longer recognize its own reflection. 3. Nemesis, the return of balance. Nemesis comes from the verb nemo, which means to distribute, to allot, to restore what belongs where. In its earliest meaning, nemin meant to give each thing its proper portion, to re-establish the right order of the world. In myth, Nemesis is the daughter of Nyx, which is night, sister to forces like deceit, doom, old age, strife. It's all a big family. And these are not embodiments of punishment, but the structures that maintain cosmic and moral balance. And this is the crucial point. Nemesis is not revenge, it is not anger, it is the world correcting distortion. So when inner measure is violated, reality will begin to press back, and sometimes gently, a discomfort, a hesitation, a sense that something is off here, and sometimes sharply, a consequence that forces self-recognition. In the psyche, Nemesis is the first crack of insight. The moment you realize your choices are reshaping your life, that the pattern you have created now is creating you. It is this whisper that you have crossed the line. And Nemesis is the return of balance, the invitation to step back into harmony before the collapse becomes irreversible. Thesis, the final consequence. Thesis comes from the verb theo, which means to honor, to pay what is owed, to give what is due. In the ancient mind, thesis was not vengeance, it was completion, the final stage in a cycle of moral cause and effect, the moment when what has been set in motion returns to its source. So, if Nemesis is the correction, thesis is the settling of accounts, the point where the distortion that began with hybris has matured into its natural consequence. This is why the Greeks never spoke of punishment. They spoke of nomos, which is law, structure and inevitability. Every act shapes the soul, and every choice carves a path. And when a person walks far enough down that path, they eventually meet what they themselves have created. Thesis is the echo of your actions returning home. So the full weight of one's actions coming back into alignment, not as cruelty, but as truth made visible. So what begins in disorder ends in revelation, and the soul finally sees what it refused to see at the very start. This is thesis. It's the end of a cycle, and the mirror that cannot be avoided. The chthonic archetypes, faces of the shadow. The Greeks didn't end their psychology with a sequence of collapse. They gave the shadow form and concrete symbols, chthonic beings born from the deep strata of the psyche, living metaphors that reveal what the soul becomes when it falls into hybris and wanders through the blindness of Ati. And these are not monsters, these are states of consciousness, the inner shape a person takes when their nature fragments. Medusa, the Hydra, the Minotaur, the Sphinx. Each one is a mirror of a different distortion, a different way that human mind can lose itself. 1. Medusa, the paralysis of fear. Medusa comes from the verb medo, which means to govern, to protect. She was once a guardian. But when the mind distorts, protection becomes paralysis. To see Medusa directly is to freeze, to lose movement, to become stone. And this is the freeze of the trauma, the freeze response to trauma. A fear so overwhelming that the psyche stops functioning. In the older Greek tradition, Medusa is a chthonic being. Chthonios means earthly being. It's a symbol of the primal, instinctive depths of the psyche. It's not a punished woman. It's a power of the underworld mind. Later storytellers like Ovid turned Medusa into a beautiful priestess who lies with Poseidon in Athena's temple. And this is a reinterpretation that emphasizes transformation, not guilt. And that transformation is key because Poseidon is the emotional sea within us. That's what Poseidon represents always. The shifting tides of feeling and instinct. And Athena is the clear mind. It's strategy, order, awareness. Medusa is what happens when the inner sea overwhelms the mind's structure, emotion without form and fear without direction. And Perseus is the conscious self that must face this terror. But how does he defeat her? Not by looking directly, but through reflection, using Athena's polished shield. So through distance, clarity, and through self-observation. So this is psychological truth. When fear is overwhelming us, direct confrontation destroys. What saves us is reflection. Medusa is not a monster. She's the face the psyche cannot face until awareness learns to look without turning to stone. A Medusa used to be pretty. Remember, she was taken by Poseidon, that means reality, the constant waves of situations, emotions, fears, confusions of life itself. So we're talking about a childhood trauma. That's why she was once pretty. In Greek myth, the masculine and the feminine are not about gender. They are archetypal functions that describe how psychic energy moves. So the masculine principle initiates, it penetrates reality, sets direction, sparks change, and fertilizes a psychological state. The feminine principle receives and shapes. It's the field of the psyche where impressions are absorbed, where emotions start taking form, and where inner material is finally born into experience. So the masculine gives the impulse and the feminine gives the form. So this means something, that whatever the feminine receives from the masculine, clarity or chaos, order or distortion, it will amplify it, shape it, and ultimately manifest it. So if the inner masculine is turbulent, the feminine becomes the womb of fear. If the inner masculine is clear, the feminine side becomes the womb of insight. This is why in Greek myth, Poseidon, the emotional sea, and Athena, the structured mind, interacts with figures like Medusa, because every mythic union is the psyche shaping what the inner forces have put into motion. Medusa, the paralysis of fear. The psychological state, traumatic freeze response and self-confrontation aversion. Medusa, from medo, to govern, represents the primitive protective function of the psyche that has become overwhelming. To see her directly is to be petrified. The mind is halted by sheer, unmediated, primal terror. The solution, Perseus. Defeat is achieved not through direct confrontation, but through reflection, which is Athena's shield. And this is the act of psychological self-observation, creating a safe distance to study overwhelming fear or trauma without being consumed by it. 2. The Lernean Hydra, multiplying passions. Hydra comes from Hydor, which is water. It's the nature of water. Shapeless, shifting, impossible to grasp. And this is exactly what she represents. The Hydra is the archetype of multiplying passions. Desires, addictions, impulses that grow stronger every time you try to kill them directly. Cut off one head and two more appear. So in the myth, the Hydra is born of Typhoon and Echidna, which are again dark forces of chaos and instinct. She is raised by Hera, which is the psychic field of life itself. In many times, Hera represents the soul itself, and it's the womb that gives form to whatever enters it. So this detail is crucial. The soul nourishes the monster when it does not understand its own depths. So her home is the marshes of Lerna, which is an area in Greece, stagnant waters basically. The symbolic landscape of unexamined emotions. Hercules faces her as part of the hero's path, which is the same path walked by Theseus, which is the ascent of consciousness fighting its lower nature. And how does he win? Not by force, not by cutting, but by burning the roots with fire. So the fire, it's the ancient symbol of awareness, of flight of consciousness coming through instinct. The Hydra is the inner truth that you don't defeat destructive habits by attacking their symptoms. You defeat them by burning the very source. The final head of Hydra, the immortal one, Hercules cuts it and buries it beneath the earth, so it can never rise again. And from Hydra's blood, Hercules poisons his arrows, which is a reminder that even our darkest battles can become weapons of clarity when consciousness transforms them. So the Hydra is not a monster, it is the self, when desire multiplies faster than we can understand it. The Lernean Hydra, multiplying passions. The psychological state, addiction, compulsion, symptom fighting. The Hydra, which is ether, water, is shapeless, multiplying desire, cutting off a symptom, a head, only causes the underlying pattern of addiction, bad habit, compulsion to sprout new, stronger symptoms. The solution is Hercules. The hero must burn the root with fire. This means applying the concentrated, unclouded light of consciousness to the source of the desire, rather than just treating the visible manifestations. 3. The Chimera, fragmented will. Chimera means a creature of mixed nature, a lion, a goat, and a serpent. 3 incompatible impulses forced into one body. She is born of Typhoon and Echidna. She is a chaotic force and deep instinct, and this origin matters again because the Chimera is not simply a monster, she is the fractured soul. So the lion pulls towards anger and dominance, the goat towards desire and craving, and the serpent towards fear, avoidance, and retreat. So here we have 3 wheels, 3 directions, and no unity. This is the psychology of inner conflict, when the self is torn between impulses that cannot coexist, and the person loses the ability to move as one whole being. So the Chimera breathes fire because fragmentation always burns. It consumes energy, scatters intention, and leaves the psyche totally exhausted. And who defeats her? Bellerophon, riding Pegasus, the horse, with the guidance of Athena. And once again, what we have here is the hero, who is the higher consciousness. We have Pegasus, which is the uplifted mind, and Athena, which is clarity. So Bellerophon does not overpower the Chimera, he rises above her, he flies with Pegasus, taking to the air so the monster cannot drag him into his own divided nature. So this is the teaching. You cannot defeat inner conflict by choosing one impulse over the others, you transcend it. But by rising into a higher vantage point, that's when someone with a unifying consciousness can see the entire divided self at once. So the Chimera is the soul when its will is split, its direction is scattered, and its energy divided against itself. And the only way to overcome this is elevation. It's a consciousness that refuses to live at this level of the conflict. A mind that has wings. The Chimera, fragmented will, the psychological state, inner conflict and divided self. A creature of 3 incompatible impulses, lion, goat, and serpent, represents a soul torn between opposing wills. For example, aggression, dominance, lust, craving, and fear, avoidance. This state is exhausting because the energy is spent fighting itself. Breathes fire. The solution, Bellerophon and Pegasus. Elevation and unifying awareness. The hero must ascend above the conflict on Pegasus, which is the uplifting mind or imagination, to a higher vantage point. Inner conflict is not solved by choosing one impulse, but by achieving a unified awareness that transcends the internal war. The Sphinx, the question of the self. The Sphinx doesn't kill with claws, she kills with a question. Basically, she is asking, what is the human being? If you cannot answer, you are destroyed not by the monster, but by your own ignorance. In the myth, the Sphinx is born from the same chthonic family as the Hydra and the Chimera, and it's a creature shaped from the depths of the unconscious. She stands at a crossroads, testing every traveler with a riddle about the nature of man. And those who cannot answer are crushed by her grip, which is a symbol of what happens when the soul reaches a turning point without self-knowledge. And then we have Oedipus. And Oedipus is the archetype of the human being who seeks truth without any compromise, even when the truth leads to devastation. And Oedipus answers the Sphinx. Not because he's clever, but because he embodies the core of the riddle itself. The human being is a creature that changes, that grows, that falls, that rises, that walks differently at every stage of life. And by solving the riddle, Oedipus shows that he understands the evolving nature of the self. And that is why the Sphinx collapses, not because she is defeated by force, but because her question has been answered. Her role was complete. So the lesson here is that if you do not know who you are, your shadow will devour you. But if you can answer the question of the self, if you can see your own truth, your own nature, no chthonic power can control you. So the Sphinx is the threshold between unconscious life and true awareness. Those who cannot answer remain trapped, and those who can continue the path. The Sphinx, the question of the self. The psychological state. Ignorance of self-nature. The Sphinx, who kills with a riddle, represents the ultimate test of self-knowledge. To be destroyed is to lack awareness of one's own changing, evolving nature. What is the human being? The solution, Oedipus. Self-recognition. The moment Oedipus answers the question, the shadow's power collapses. The underlying lesson is that power is surrendered to the unconscious only when the conscious self cannot name or understand its own essence. The Minotaur lost instinct into the labyrinth. The Minotaur is not a monster, he is raw instinct without guidance, the animal force inside the human being when it has no center, no direction, and no measure. And where does this creature live? In the labyrinth. It's the perfect symbol of the unconscious, with its twisted corridors, its dead ends, its hidden chambers. And it is a place where instinct roams without reason. So the Minotaur is the self when desire, fear, and aggression move without the guidance of the higher mind. Adrianus' thread is the Logos. It's the ordering principle that allows you to move through confusion without being swallowed by it. So Theseus does not defeat the Minotaur because he's stronger. He defeats him because he carries the thread, because he refuses to enter the unconscious without a point of return. So the Minotaur is the instinctual self trapped in its own maze. And Theseus is the emerging consciousness that descends into the dark with clarity, with structure, and with a guiding line. So the lesson here is that when instinct becomes a labyrinth, you don't fight it harder. You find the thread and you follow quietly and gently the logos. And the monster loses its power. The Minotaur lost instinct in the labyrinth, the psychological state. Unreasoned, trapped instinct. The Minotaur is pure, raw, animalistic force, desire or aggression, confined in the labyrinth, the confusing, non-linear depths of the unconscious. It is powerful instinct that has lost its measure and direction. The solution, Theseus, the logos, the thread of orientation, mythos. You do not defeat raw instinct with more brute force. You defeat it by using a conscious, ordering principle to navigate the unconscious depths. The thread is a guiding structure that allows the descent into the shadow while guaranteeing a return to consciousness. Why the Greeks mapped the shadow so precisely? The Greeks mapped the shadow so precisely because they never imagined the psyche as a battlefield between good and evil. They saw it as a field of forces, as energies that arise, collide, distort, and either create harmony or dissolve it. So collapse was not moral failure, it was a sequence, it was a loss of measure, and it was inner physics. And shadow was not a demon, it was energy without orientation. And freedom had nothing to do with obedience, it had to do with inner order. So the Greek myths are psychological instructions that are disguised as stories. They are maps of the mind written in symbolic form, teaching us how consciousness moves, how it fractures, and how it can return to itself. The path out. Recognition, order, consciousness. So the Greeks were never afraid of darkness. They studied it, they named it, they understood its laws, and they knew that hybris can be recognized, that ati can be dissolved, that nemesis can be heard, and that thesis can be transformed. And every monster inside the soul is simply a power waiting for orientation. We don't need exorcism here, we don't need suppression, we need alignment. When fear becomes Medusa, you meet it with reflection. When desire multiplies like Hydra, you burn the root, not the heads. And when the will is scattered like the Chimera, you rise above it with clarity. When instinct traps you like the Minotaur, you follow the thread of Logos. So the path is the same today as it was in antiquity. Recognition, measure, and conscious action. This is the proper Greek way. It's the way beyond illusion and back into reality. The ancient Greek mapping of these forces reveals a psychology focused on inner physics, the laws of energy, of measure, of order within the soul. And this system predates modern concepts of the shadow and cognitive distortion, presenting them not as moral failings, but as predictable, inevitable sequences resulting from the loss of inner proportion. The Greeks knew that freedom does not begin with conquering the world, but with governing the self. A person who knows the shadow cannot be manipulated, cannot be controlled, and cannot be deceived, because nothing is darker than the part of yourself that you refuse to see. And nothing is brighter than the part of yourself that you choose to illuminate. Thank you very much. Bye. Most people think that the name Zeus comes from thunder, lightning, or the sky, and that it is a fairy tale. But in fact, it's philosophy. The ancient Greeks were never that superficial. The name Zeus hides one of the deepest ideas in the entire Greek worldview, that the cosmos becomes real only when the one becomes two, and when the two are joined together by a living principle of unity. The Greeks encoded this in the very letters of his name. Today we will uncover what Zeus actually means. The name Zeus comes from the root Zeph, and the same root as the verb zevgnimi, which means to join, to yoke, to bind together something. Zygos is the yoke that unites two opposites and also balance. It's the very act of harmonizing. So Zeus is not just the god who throws lightning, he is the god who joins things. He is the principle that holds the world together. The cosmos is only possible if energy, matter, and meaning are bound into relationship. Zeus is exactly that binding. 2. Zeus and Zen, the living force. There is a second root hidden in his name, Zin, which is to live. In Doric Greek, Zeus appears as Zan or Zas, a form that directly reveals the link to life, but also Zesi, which means warmth and heat. So for the Greeks, life was not merely something biological, it was vitality, motion, breath, the very spark that animates form. So the name of the highest god carries both meanings, to bind and to give life. Zeus is the force that unites and animates the cosmos. 3. Zeus, Dios, from unity to duality. Here's the part that almost nobody notices. The name Zeus, in its different grammatical forms, changes as it enters the relation. It becomes ο Zeus, the nominative, to Dios, the genitive. So we have two radically different forms, and this is not an accident. It is metaphysics in grammar. The nominative, Zeus, expresses the one, the unified principle. The genitive, Dios, expresses the power, the relation, the duality through which the one becomes active in the world. So Greek grammar is telling us the cosmos begins when unity becomes relation, when the one becomes two but stays connected. That is Zeus.
In Plato's Cratylus, Socrates explains the name of Zeus. He says that some call him Zina and some call him Zeus, and when combined, it reveals the nature of the god, the one through whom life is given to all. And this isn't just a wordplay, it is a statement of causality. Zeus is the through which, or kind of the medium, and the living, which is the essence. So he is the bridge between the unmanifested source and every living cell in the cosmos.
4. Deus and the European lineage. Most people hear Deus in Latin and think that it is unrelated, but the root is the same. Deus, Deus, the bright one, the luminous sky, the sky father, that is Zeus, because Zeus has a second name that is not often used, and in Greek it is Zeus, and probably where Dios comes from too. So in Latin it became Deus. Many Greeks today actually call Zeus Dios, and originally it expressed the radiant principle of order. 5. Deo, devo, to knit, to mix, to saturate. There is a great linguistic relation in the two Greek roots of deo and devo. Deo is to bind something, to tie something together. Deome, it's to need something, to long for something, to wish for something. And devo is to wet, to soak something, to intermingle. So we have these three meanings. 1, binding. 2, desire and necessity. And 3, saturation. So all these three are expressions of one single principle, connection, the act of making two things one. So the full chain is Zeus, Dios, Zeus, Deus, not Skyfather, but the luminous force that joins, animates, and orders the world. That is the metaphysical logic behind the name of Zeus.
Notice the phonetic connection between Dios and the Greek word for two, Dio. In Pythagorean and Neoplatonic thought, Zeus represents the dyad that has not yet lost its unity. He is the second principle that looks back at the one, at the initial monad, and forwarded to the many. This is why he is the world soul, the animal mundi. He doubles reality so that it can be perceived, but he yokes, which is the verb zevgnimi, so it can remain a whole at the same time. So without Zeus, the universe would be a strange, lonely point of light, I suppose. With him, it becomes a network of relations, relationships, and reflections.
6. Chaos, Titans, Zeus, the birth of order. Now let's place the name inside Greek cosmogony. The world begins with chaos. It's the gaping opening, the unspoken one. It is not disorder, but it is pure, infinite, and eternal potential. From chaos arise the first dualities. We have earth, sky, night, and eros. And then comes the age of the Titans, massive raw powers without measure. The Titanomachy is not just a mythical war or a fairy tale, it is the moment where unformed power meets the principle of form. And when the dust settles, Zeus establishes metron, which is measure, diki, which is the right order, evnomia, which is good governance, and cosmos, which is, cosmos means an ornamented order. Only at that point the world becomes cosmos, because only now relation becomes harmonious. 7. The meaning of Zeus. So what is Zeus? Not the god of thunder, not the father of gods and men. Zeus is the very joining principle of existence. It's the force that unites opposites, animates life, and turns chaos into cosmos. So his name encodes the entire Greek metaphysics of creation, from the one to the two, from the two to harmonious relation, and from relation to cosmos. So Zeus is the very bond of being. Before we close, there is something essential to understand about the Greek gods, something that will transform the understanding of the entire series of videos that I'm planning to do into a single united vision. The Olympians are often presented as a family tree, but for the ancient mind, this genealogy was not just a list of relatives. It was a map of reality. Every Greek god is a dynamis, which means a fundamental force of the world, and at the same time, a potential force within us. So their relationships, parents, children, siblings, are relationships of energy, how movement arises from stillness and how harmony emerges from conflict and how life itself unfolds from form. When you place Zeus at the top, Hera beside him, and then Poseidon, Hades, Demeter, Hestia, Apollo, Artemis, Ares, Athena, Hephaestus, Aphrodite, Hermes, and all the minor deities, you're not looking at mythology here. You're looking at a whole neural architecture. It's a fractal network where each node expresses one mode of existence and all together generate a complete cosmology, both of the universe and of the human psyche. Because for the Greeks to understand the world meant to understand the self. And the gods were the bridge. This is why beginning with Zeus matters. He's the central binding principle. It's the junction from which the entire network becomes intelligible. As we move through each episode, Hera, Poseidon, Demeter, Athena, and so on, we are not just explaining myths, we are reconstructing the ancient diagram of consciousness. It is a cosmology from the outside and a cosmogenesis from the inside. So the whole pantheon is a living system. It's a map of the forces that structure nature, culture, and the human soul. And this map begins with Zeus. If you want to understand the Greek gods, you have to begin with their names. The Greeks hid the structure of the universe inside their language. So next time we will dive deeper into the subdivisions and we will explore Hera, the goddess whose name reveals the mystery of presence, season, and the rhythm of time. Episode 2. Hera, the soul of the world and the birth of the hero. Most people know Hera through the surface level fairy tales, the jealous goddess, the divine antagonist of Hercules, but this is a later shadow of something far older. The name Hera reveals an entire different reality. Hera was once understood as the soul of the world, the rhythm of time, and the very archetype of the human soul itself. Even the word eros, hero, is deeply tied to her name, and the older form Hera may explain why Hercules meant far more than the glory of Hera. 1. Hera, Hora, the season of being. So Hera's name is intimately connected to Hora, which means season, the right moment, ripeness, fullness of presence. In Greek thought, Hora is the moment in which something becomes itself, its season of truth. In Greek, when something or someone is beautiful, you say oreo for an object and oreos or orea for a man or a woman. So Hera is not simply a goddess, she's the world's capacity to ripen, to unfold, and to come into being. 2. Hera as the soul of the cosmos. Ancient writers often called Hera the cosmopsyche, which means the soul of the world, pnoi, which is the breath that moves through all things. Even the word air, air, appears as an anagrammatic echo of Hera. Hera, air. If you say many times Hera, 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 you have exactly the same sound. Breath, presence, animation. These are all expressions of her nature. So just as the soul gives rhythm and continuity to the body, Hera gives rhythm and continuity to the cosmos. Zeus binds and Hera breathes. 3. Hera, and the birth of the hero. One of the most revealing linguistic connections is between Hera, which is the archetype of soul and season, and Eros, hero. So the hero is literally the one marked by Hera, the one who carries her season, her inner fullness, her capacity for completion, the one who becomes Oreos, as we said before, the fully actualized, fully conscious individual. Earlier layers of the language point to an older form, which meant something like strength, inner virtue, heroic capacity, the distinguishing quality of greatness. Hera seems to have meant the essential force that makes a mortal capable of heroic deeds. So this quality was personified into the goddess Hera, protector of heroes and not their enemy. So this older understanding dissolves the paradox of Hera and Hercules. 4. The Hercules Paradox, resolved. On the surface, Hera seems to oppose Hercules. She's all the time chasing him. She's sending to him serpents in his cradle, the madness that he has to endure. Eurystheus as his overseer, then the 12 labors and the monsters that are raised against him. But in Greek thought, opposition is not hostility. Opposition is formation. In the ancient worldview, Hera is not the enemy of the hero. She is the gymnasium of the hero's soul. So her obstacles are not punishments. They are the necessary way through which a mortal becomes capable of divine stature. So Hercules is not crushed by Hera. He is forged by her. Mira, fate, gives the framework, and Imarmeni is the way one walks it. So Hera is the force that ripens the walker, and the name now makes sense. Hercules is the one made renowned by his Hera, by his inner strength, virtue, force of becoming. Before Hera was a goddess, the older word Hera referred to the heroic quality distinguishing a mortal from ordinary men and the power to endure what others cannot. So the 12 labors are the arena in which the inner Hera is revealed. The hero's suffering is not Hera's hatred, it is Hera's function to mature him, season him, and bring him to completion. Hera does not destroy heroes, she creates heroes. 5. Hera as the archetype of the human soul. Every hero in Greek myth undergoes ripening, maturation, confrontation with shadow, transformation, completion, and these are all heroic processes. As the world ripens through seasons, the soul ripens through trials. So Hera is the principle that matures the soul, puts the soul to tests, reveals its essence, and brings it into fullness. Hera is basically the matrix of heroism. 6. Hera's relationship to time and order. If Zeus establishes cosmic order, Hera maintains it through rhythm. The rhythm of the seasons, the rhythm of breath, the rhythm of the soul, the rhythm of heroic becoming. Hera is duration and Hera is maturation. Hera is the unfolding of form through time. Without Hera, Zeus's order would be just a flash with no endurance. 7. The meaning of Hera. So what is Hera? She's not a jealous queen, not the divine antagonist of Hercules. Hera is the breath of the world, the season of being, the archetype of the soul, the mother of heroes, the rhythm that allows creation to mature, and her name encodes the truth that becoming requires time and that greatness is the fruit of ripening. And Hera is the soul structure of the cosmos and the very force that awakens the hero within us. Before we close, we need to say one more thing. The parents of Hera, Cronus and Rhea, the Titans, are not parents in any biological sense, they are symbols. Kronos, which is Chronos, is time itself, the devouring force that moves everything into becoming, and Rhea, which is the flow of time. Roi is flow in Greek. It's the rhythmic moment through which all things are born and pass. So from these two principles comes the entire structure of Hera's nature. And the children attributed to her reveal her deeper meaning even more clearly. So we have Ares, the god of war, the inner conflict of the soul, the struggle of a human being against his own self. Eileithyia, who is the goddess of birth, it's the breakthrough moment, the emergence of new life, the opening of a new path. Hephaestus, the divine craftsman, the alchemist who transforms raw matter into form and inner chaos into gold. These are not random mythic assignments or fairy tales. They express the truth that we explored today. Hera is the architecture of the soul's unfolding, and she governs maturation, conflict, breakthrough, refinement, and becoming. In the ancient world, myth was never just a story. It was the map of the cosmos and the map of the human soul. So, to understand Hera is to understand the very rhythm of the soul. Next episode, Poseidon, the depth that remembers, the dive deep.
Episode 3, Poseidon, the depth that remembers.
Most people see Poseidon as the god of the sea, a temperamental guy with storms and horses, but Poseidon is not a character. He's the king of the second realm of the universe. He is the force that brings movement, sensation, birth, and emotion into the world. If Zeus rules the realm of pure mind, Poseidon rules the realm of becoming, the world of water, breath, memory, and the constantly shifting depths of the soul. So today we will uncover what Poseidon truly is. 1. The three realms of the psyche. In the ancient philosophical tradition and in the psychology of the soul, reality unfolds in three realms, each reflected both in the cosmos and within us. So Zeus is the realm of mind and higher consciousness. Zeus represents clarity, insight, order, and the guiding light of reason. It is the part of the psyche that sees from above, that remembers what is true, and that holds the pattern of meaning and direction. Poseidon governs the sea of our lived experience, our emotions, desires, fears, memories, instincts, impulses, dreams, the waves that rise and fall, the currents that pull us right and left, the storms that test our inner stability. This is the realm of movement and change, where consciousness enters motion and becomes life. Pluton, or another name for Pluton is Hades, represents the deep subconscious, buried impressions, shadow material, unresolved emotions, but also the forces that purify, dissolve, and transform. Whatever sinks here in Hades is broken down, and it has the capacity for rebirth. So Poseidon stands between the two realms, between the clear mind above and the transformative depth below. He is the bridge between thought and incarnation, between clarity and turmoil, between what we know and what we must become. 2. Poseidon as the creator of motion and life. Poseidon is the creator of movement and life, the one who animates everything that enters the world of sensation. So this is why Odysseus travels across his sea. Odysseus is the archetype of the human soul, journeying through emotional storms and shifting states towards higher consciousness. Poseidon governs every liquid substance, the movement of air and water, the hollow and cavernous parts of the earth, and even the trembling of the ground. He is called Thonosistis, the shaker of the earth, which also symbolizes the trembling of the soul. Wherever life begins to move, Poseidon is present. Plato in the Cratylus hints that Poseidon is not simply the god of the sea, but the force that interrupts the straight path of a human being and initiates him. He offers two explanations for the name Poseidon. Poseidesmos, which means the binder of the feet, because as a person walks forward, the sea stops him, forcing him to change direction. The sea becomes a bond, a limit, a test. It is the power that alters motion, redirects destiny, and awakens awareness. And he also says that it may come from pola idos, the one who knows many things, because the depths contain memory, hidden knowledge, and the secrets of the soul. In both cases, Poseidon is not merely water, he is energy, the force of movement inside the world of becoming, the emotional tides, the turns of fate, the obstacles that stop our feet so that we may awaken. These are the true waters of Poseidon. 3. Poseidon and the souls in the world of becoming. According to an ancient doctrine, souls not yet descended into birth belong to Zeus. Souls already in the world of becoming, our world, belong to Poseidon. Souls after death in purification or wandering belong to Pluton or Hades. Poseidon governs the middle realm, the realm of incarnation, emotion, conflict, and transformation. And this is why Odysseus suffers at sea. The sea is the very symbol of the world of birth, and Poseidon is the god who tests the soul journeying within it. So Odysseus is not punished, he is initiated, exactly like Hercules and Hera. 4. Poseidon's domain, the depths of the human psyche. What water is to earth, emotion is to the human being. Poseidon rules the subconscious, memory, instinct, imagination, the tidal forces of desire, the storms of feeling, the vortex of trauma, the rising waves of inspiration. So the sea is not just the symbol of Poseidon, it is his mirror. The calmness of the sea reflects peace, the storms reflect turbulence, and the depths reflect the hidden layers of the psyche. So Poseidon is the inner depth that remembers when you have forgotten. 5. The trident, the triple power. On the surface, the trident represents Poseidon's authority over the waters, to steer, to calm, and to hold still. Ancient writers also linked it to the three kinds of water. So we have fresh water, salt water, and mixed, but its deeper meaning is metaphysical. Plutarch on Isis and Osiris explains that the trident marks the third cosmic domain. After heaven and air comes the sea, the realm where souls enter generation. And astrologically, Poseidon's symbol means it is the semicircle of the soul, pierced by the cross of matter, rooted in the point of spirit. So each prong corresponds to one layer of the human being that must be purified. 1. The physical nature and its senses. 2. The emotional nature and its desires. 3. The lower mind and its ego-centered thoughts. The waters of Poseidon wash these three planes, softening passions, dissolving rigid forms, and revealing the hidden ties between the visible and the invisible. So Poseidon is not chaos, he is purification through depth, the law that governs all beings living in Genesis, between the intelligible light of Zeus and the transformative shadows of Pluto. 6. Poseidon as ruler of all visible phenomena. Because motion, birth, sensation, and change occur in the middle realm, the ancients called Poseidon the ruler of all phenomena visible to humans. So everything that moves, evolves, dissolves, erupts, or transforms belongs to him. So he governs the storms, the winds, the floods, the droughts, instinct and impulse, inspiration and madness, the shifting states of the human soul. So Poseidon is the very law of change. 7. The meaning of Poseidon. So what is Poseidon? Well, he is not a storm god, he is not a temperamental deity with a trident, and he is not just the brother of Zeus. Poseidon is the depth of the world, the soul of the middle realm, the creator of motion and sensation, the ruler of incarnation, the memory within change, and the purifier of emotion. He is the bridge between mind and matter. Poseidon is the moment when spirit enters motion, and when motion becomes life. So he is the depth that remembers, and the very wave that transforms. Next time, we will explore Demeter, the mother of form, the power that shapes matter into life and gives the world its body. If you think Greek myth is about believing in gods, then you were taught it wrong. The Greeks never asked what you believe. What they asked was how you live. And that changes everything, because myth was never a religion. It was a map of reality and a manual for the human psyche. I felt the need to make this episode exactly here. After exploring what we call the dark psychology of the Greeks, and after the episodes on Zeus, Hera, and Poseidon, I just felt that something essential needed to be said, because Greek myth is not about belief, it's not about worship, and definitely it is not religion in the modern sense. Greek myth is about structure. That's why the Greeks did not speak about believing in the gods. They spoke about theis syzin, not to worship the gods, not to obey the gods, but to live in accordance with the gods. Because they, the gods, are the very fundamental structures of reality, the forces that govern the cosmos, the psyche, and life. So, to syzin with the gods, to live together with the gods, meant to live in harmony with those structures, with these essences that create the world. To think in accordance with them, to act in accordance with them, and to shape one's life according to measure, rhythm, and order. And this is why piety or atheism for the Greeks was neither disbelief or a way to see the world, it was a disorder, it was a life lived without proportion, out of rhythm, out of alignment with the nature of things, with what makes the world move. So to honor the gods meant to recognize how reality works and not to violate its inner laws. And this is why myth was never theology in the modern sense. It was orientation, it was a way of learning, of understanding how to inhabit the world without breaking its structure and without breaking oneself. So they were describing forces, how order emerges, how consciousness moves, how the psyche loses its center, and how it can recover it. Myth is a language used when reality is too deep to be reduced to formulas. And most people see Greek myth the wrong way. They see stories about gods, ancient entertainment, or moral lessons for children. But we are talking about a symbolic architecture that maps how reality organizes itself and how the human being collapses when inner order is lost. Because once you see the logic behind it and the method, every episode becomes usable as inner mechanics, as an inner understanding of the psyche. Philosophy speaks in concepts, and myth speaks in images. And images are not less important, they are compressed intelligence. What myth does is something extremely important for the human cognition. Myth does not give you any conclusions, it gives you patterns, and by working with images instead of definitions, it trains the mind to recognize relationships, recognize recurring structures and hidden correspondences across different levels of reality. This is what we call today pattern recognition, the capacity to see unity inside multiplicity and order inside complexity, meaning inside the apparent chaos. But myth does something more. It activates creative imagination. This is not fantasy, this is not escapism. It is the faculty that can hold multiple meanings at once, move freely between image and concept, sense, structure, before everything is articulated. And this is why myth speaks in images. From a modern perspective, we can describe this very precisely. Myth engages both hemispheres of the brain at the same time. The analytical faculty that recognizes structure and relation, and the faculty of imagination that understands the whole picture, symbols and living meaning. In other words, myth trains the mind to function holistically, and this is something modern education almost never does. Ancient education was not about producing specialists, it was not about producing workers, it was initiation. Its goal was to form a human being capable of understanding the world as a whole, understanding the self as part of this whole, and recognize the invisible structures that govern both. Music, myth, mathematics, geometry, poetry, philosophy, they were not separate subjects, they were different languages pointing to the same reality. The aim was not utility, the aim was wholeness. To create a human being with
integrated perception capable of self-governance and capable of measure and capable of receiving truth. Modern education has a very different purpose. It is not initiation, it is conditioning. It does not ask what kind of human being is this person becoming. It asks what function can this person perform. The modern educational system is designed to prepare the individual to become a component of a productive mechanism, whether that individual later suffers or feels alienated, loses meaning, or collapses psychologically. This is totally irrelevant to the system, because the system does not aim at wisdom, it aims at efficiency. And this is the crucial point now. A human being with holistic perception cannot easily become a cog in the machine. Someone who sees patterns, who recognizes inner causality, who understands themselves and the world as a living whole, will never fully submit to what we call modern civilization. Because beneath its surface, beneath its politeness, our modern civilization often hides violence, barbarity, manipulation, lies, and hypocrisy. So such a human being cannot be managed through fear, reward, or habit, because such a human being requires truth. And truth is precisely what systems of mass production cannot afford. This is why myth was essential in ancient education, not because people were naive, but because myth trains the exact faculties that make a human being free. Pattern recognition, creative imagination, inner coherence, and the capacity to see beyond the appearances. Myth does not tell you what to think, it teaches you how to see. And once that faculty is developed, no system can easily replace reality with narrative or truth with utility. It is a map of consciousness, and it is a training ground for the human mind. So the real question is not, did it happen? The real question is, what structure of reality is being revealed here? And this is why myths survive, even when belief systems collapse. They are not stories, they are diagrams, and people who cannot read myths totally bypass them. I already mentioned this on the episode of the Dark Psychology of the Ancient Greeks, but I will recapitulate here. Later Platonists, especially Proclus, made this explicit. A myth can be read on multiple levels, and each level is valid. Narrative, the surface story; cosmic, forces and patterns of nature; psychological, states and conflicts of the soul; metaphysical, principles like unity, measure, descent, the invisible effects of motion; and theology, not as dogma, but as the vision of the one behind multiplicity. When modern people ridicule myth, they almost always attack the first level. They mock the story, or dismiss it as primitive imagination, or treat it as childish fiction. And they do this not because myth is shallow, but because they have been trained to remain on the surface. Modern education does not teach the mind how to move beyond levels. It does not teach how to unite analysis with imagination. It does not cultivate the faculty that can hold image and concept together. Most people were never taught how to connect their two modes of cognition, the analytical and the imagination, to connect it into a single creative act of understanding. So they do exactly what the system trained them to do. They stay literal, they stay fragmented, and they stay confined to appearances. And from that position, myth can only look ridiculous. But myth works with all the levels at once. The Greek myths never separated story from cosmos, psyche from nature, image from truth. And that's why the pantheon, it's not just a family tree of gods, it is a map of reality, and that is exactly how this entire series is meant to be read. To understand the pantheon properly, we must abandon this idea of characters. Each god is a dynamis, a power, a mode of being, a pattern of motion, a function inside cosmos and soul. And their relationships are not gossip, they are diagrams, how one force gives rise to another, and how order stabilizes and how collapse begins. When we say Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, Demeter, we are not just listing names, we are moving through a sequence of ontological principles. According to Socrates in Plato's Kratilos, the name Zeus, Zeus, Deus, Dios, as we said, points to something very precise, dia ion, which means that through which things pass. Zeus is not speech, he is not articulation, he is not reasoning. Zeus is the condition of relation itself. He is that which allows things to relate, allows forces to pass through one another, allows order to emerge at all. He does not speak, he does not transmit, he does not articulate, he enables articulation. He is the pre-logical part, so to speak. If we use modern language carefully, Zeus is not just a function inside the psyche, he's the very axis that makes any function possible. Without Zeus inside us, there's no psyche, only fragments. And this is where the modern problem begins, because the contemporary way of seeing the world, the way we are trained to perceive reality through the educational system, is radically disconnected from this understanding. We are not taught to recognize an axis, we are taught to see objects without relations, functions without unity, information without meaning, and the modern mind is trained to analyze parts without even sensing the principle that binds them. As a result, the idea that such an axis exists, not only in the structure of the world, but also inside our own inner world, becomes almost unthinkable. We look for order outside and we look for authority outside. We look for coherence in systems, ideologies, and institutions. But the Greeks were pointing elsewhere. They were pointing to the fact that the same axis that holds the cosmos together is also the axis that can hold a human being together. And when that axis is not recognized, the result is not simply ignorance, it is fragmentation. A fragmented perception of the world, a fragmented psyche, and a fragmented sense of meaning. This is why Zeus is not a belief. He's not a mythological character. He's not some kind of theological claim. He's a structural principle. And without the recognition of that principle, both education and culture produce individuals who are highly functional but internally divided. So where is the logos here? The movement of logos belongs to Hermes, as we will see in the upcoming episode of Hermes. Hermes is articulation, transmission, mediation, direction. Logos moves only through Hermes. Hermes is the messenger, the bridge, the very nervous system of meaning. If the pantheon is understood as neural architecture, Hermes is the signal. He moves freely between Olympus, conscious mind, Earth, the body, and Hades, the unconscious. Hermes is the synapse, the gap between neurons, the electrochemical jump, and turns a perception into movement. And that jump can become Aries when movement erupts as force, impulse, or confrontation, or it can become Artemis when movement appears as instinct, as precision, an immediate response. Without Hermes, thought cannot reach action, meaning cannot articulate, and consciousness cannot translate itself. And beyond Hermes, we have Pan. Pan is not logos. Pan is wholeness before articulation. The totality that does not need to speak because it already contains everything. Pan is the pre-conceptual unity of things, of nature, of psyche and world. So here we have a clear structure. Zeus is the very condition of passage. Hermes is the movement and articulation of logos. Pan is the living totality before speech. And if you confuse these, the entire map collapses. Now we can kind of understand the triad we have reached as far in this series of the gods, not as mythology, but as inner structure. Zeus is coherence, the axis, the binding condition. Hera is rhythm, continuity, maturation through time. And Poseidon is becoming, the depth, the emotion, the memory, the changes. So psychologically, Zeus is intelligibility, Hera is continuity, Poseidon is movement and depth, and every human life is a negotiation between these three. And as I said during the first episode, when this negotiation fails, the Greek dark psychology begins. The Greeks did not divide reality into good and evil substances. They divided it into what is in accordance with nature and what has moved away from it. When measure is lost, structure collapses. Not because a demon attacked the soul, but because the axis was abandoned. And this collapse was personified as monsters. We have Medusa, Hydra, the Minotaur, the Sphinx. These are not enemies outside us. They are mirrors. Forms that the psyche takes when it loses its center. The Greeks mapped this sequence precisely. Hybris is the expansion beyond measure. Ati is the blindness of judgment. Nemesis is restoring pressure from reality. And thesis is the consequence completing the cycle. And this is not mythology, this is inner physics. And once you see it, you cannot unsee it. You see it everywhere, in individuals, in society, in history. So from now on, when you watch this series, ask one question again and again and again. Where is this force active in me today? And I think now we can move on to the rest of the pantheon. After coherence, rhythm, and becoming, the whole system must enter embodiment. And
Demeter is not the goddess of agriculture. She is the principle of form, of nourishment, of the body and the mind that can receive meaning. If Poseidon is the sea of experience, Demeter is what gives experience weight. So in the next episode, we move from the ocean to earth, and from movement to nourishment, from the depths of the psyche to the matrix that starts shaping. Episode 4. Demeter, the mother of form. Most people think of Demeter as the goddess of harvest and grain, a peaceful maternal figure tied only to the fields, but the ancient world saw something far greater. Demeter is not the goddess of wheat, she's the mother of form. She's the power that shapes the formless, that gives structure to becoming, and that gives every living being a body, an identity, and a rhythm of life. If Poseidon governs the sea of change, Demeter governs the moment when change becomes form. Today, we will uncover the true mystery of Demeter, the force that shapes matter into life and gives the world its body. 1. The law of form. In the philosophical tradition, Demeter is far more than a nurturer of crops. She is the form-giving principle, the power that stabilizes, gathers, and shapes the world. Matter, for the ancients, it is not dead, it is the very living potential. So Demeter is the force that transforms that potential into a living structure. Where Zeus gives intelligible order and Poseidon gives the field of becoming, Demeter gives manifestation. She's the one who allows the soul to appear in the visible world. 2. The three realms and the descent into form. Reality unfolds in three great realms, as we said during the previous episode. Zeus, the realm of mind and higher consciousness. Poseidon, the realm of becoming, the sea of emotions, of events and change. And Pluton, the realm of deep earth and transformation. And Demeter stands at the threshold between becoming and embodiment. She receives motion and gives it shape. So if Poseidon is the fluid matrix, Demeter is the form that rises from that matrix. 3. Demeter and Poseidon, the sacred connection. Ancient temples reveal a forgotten truth. Shrines of Demeter were almost always built besides shrines of Poseidon. And this was not by accident or because, they felt like it, but because their powers complete one another. Plutarch gives us the symbolic key. From the sea, governed by Poseidon, comes salt, without which nothing is edible, and the bread, gift of Demeter, is made pleasant by the mixing of salt. Therefore, Poseidon's temple is a temple companion of Demeter, and this is profound because motion alone does not become life, form alone does not become experience. Salt activates bread, so Poseidon activates Demeter, and becoming needs form, and form needs movement. So the world itself is made from their union. 4. Eleusis, the mystery of form, loss, and return. Nowhere was Demeter's truth deeper than at Eleusis, the greatest mystery tradition of the ancient world. The myth is simple. Persephone descends into the underworld, and Demeter searches for Persephone. The earth becomes barren, and Persephone returns, and life begins again. On the surface, it is seasonal change. To the initiates, it was a revelation of the soul's journey. The poet Pindar gives us the clearest hint. Blessed is he who has seen these rites before descending below. He knows the end of earthly life and receives heaven's gift. Pindar, fragment 102. This is all we are permitted to know. The rites themselves were never written down. Revealing them carried the very penalty of death, which tells us something immense. Whatever happened in Eleusis was powerful enough to guard it with absolute silence. Yet, all the testimonies agree. Those who entered were ready, but ordinary. Those who emerged were transformed. They no longer feared death, and they saw life differently. And philosophers later, and many philosophers, if not most of them, were initiates, suggested that the mysteries concerned the path of the soul, the cycle of incarnation, the unity of life and death, and the place of humans in the cosmic order. So from what we can gather, whoever walked out of Eleusis understood that what we call reality today, it is not the final truth, but a cosmic theater, a stage where the soul descends, learns, forgets, remembers, and transforms. So Persephone's descent is the soul entering the body and forgetting. Her return is awakening after the long journey. And Demeter is the power behind this cycle, the one who shapes the soul's earthly vessel and the one who remembers the soul when the soul has forgotten itself. 5. Demeter as a psychological power. Inside us, Demeter represents structure, nourishment, stability, embodiment, the rhythms of life, identity and continuity, the capacity to rebuild after loss, the memory that restores meaning, and then Poseidon steers emotion, Demeter gives it shape, Poseidon dissolves boundaries, and Demeter is creating the boundaries, and Poseidon opens the sea of possibility, and Demeter forms life out of that sea. Every life that takes form, every identity we assume, every body we inhabit belongs to Demeter's domain. She is the matrix of embodiment and the mother of all visible existence. 6. The meaning of Demeter. So who is Demeter really? Her name is the Mater. The, it is earth and also the material world. And Mater, it's mother, Meter. So she's not simply the goddess of agriculture, not just a grieving mother, not a symbolic figure of fertility. Demeter is the mother of form, the shaper of matter, the stability within motion, the gatherer of the scattered, the cosmic matrix that holds life and the memory beneath identity, and the assurance that nothing real is ever lost. Demeter is the form that arises from motion, the life that returns from darkness, and the memory that survives the descent. She's the one who gives the world its body and the soul its home on earth. 7. The human meaning of Demeter. There's something else the ancient Greeks understood, something hidden in the language itself. The word for educated, balanced, mature human being is kalliergimenos, cultivated. And the word for someone who has gained inner structure and clarity is morphomenos, which means formed. Both words come from the world of Demeter. To be cultivated is to treat the soul as a field of growth. To be formed is to give shape to your inner life. And this is Demeter's teaching. The soul is a field, and whatever you sow in it, you will one day harvest. Next time, we will explore Athena, the birth of thought, the power that cuts through illusion and reveals the structure of the mind and illuminates the very geometry of truth. Episode 5: Athena, the birth of thought. Most people think of Athena as the goddess of wisdom, a calm figure with an owl, a shield, and a spear. But the ancients saw something far more radical. Athena is not wisdom, she is the birth of thought, the moment consciousness awakens. And when it awakens, it cuts through confusion with unbearable clarity. And it is unbearable because she explodes out of Zeus's head. She is consciousness becoming alive. Zeus gives mind, Poseidon gives becoming, Demeter gives form. Athena, she is the lightning of the mind. Athena gives vision, the ability to see through the world instead of blindly living inside it. 1. The birth of Athena, thought emerging from mind. Athena is born from the head of Zeus, and not as a myth, but as metaphysics. Plato, in the Cartillus, reveals her name. Athena is Atheonoa or Itheonoa, which means the divine mind, the God-thinking principle. Athena is not a character. She is the moment thought arises from pure consciousness. The moment the mind says, this is appearance, and this is the truth, that moment is Athena. 2. Thought versus noise. Most people do not think. Most people react, repeat, imitate. They are drawn inside emotion, desire, fear, and habit. And their thoughts are not real thoughts, they're just echoes of their past and illusions about the future. Real thought is Athena, the rise above the inner sea, the first insight, the first distance from your own reactions. It's the instance you realize that, hold on a minute, I'm not my impulses, I am the one who sees through them. And that awakening is Athena. 3. Athena as discernment, the blade of clarity. Athena's spear is not a weapon of war. It is intellectual precision. It points, it separates, it discerns, and Athena cuts through illusions, fantasies, fears that are dressed up as thoughts, and from thoughts that are dressed as truth. So her spear is the very point of awareness, and her shield is the very boundary of the mind. And she is the very refusal to be fooled. 4. Athena and Medusa, the shadow transformed. And then comes her most strange and most misunderstood symbol, Medusa on her shield. But Medusa is not a monster. If you haven't seen the very first episode of the series, go and see it, because I explain what Medusa is. She's the face of unmastered fear. She's fear so raw that it freezes thought and turns the mind into stone. So her gaze petrifies because it is the gaze of our own shadow. When Perseus beheads Medusa and Athena places her on the shield, it means something extraordinary. That wisdom is not the absence of fear. Wisdom is fear transformed. What you face becomes your power, and what you integrate becomes your protection. So Athena does not run from darkness, she carries it because what is understood can no longer control you. The hidden names of Athena: Alpha, Athena, Athionoa. It is the divine mind, the God-thinking principle, as we said, the clarity that comes from above. Athena is consciousness freed from confusion and illusion. B. Pallas, the inner vibration. Her ancient title Pallas comes from palome, which is to vibrate, to pulsate, to quiver with inner motion. Pallas Athena is the vibration of awakened consciousness. And here we reveal the truth. When people say, raise your vibration, they are unknowingly speaking the language of Athena. But this is not emotional positivity, because that is an illusion. What we are talking here as the real raising my vibration is the lifting of the mind's inner frequency. And that happens through clarity. To raise your vibration is to raise the pulse of thought, the intensity of awareness, and the very lucidity of the mind. This is the original meaning of raising your vibration. It is cutting through your own noise, and it is Athena. C. Glavkopis, the eye that sees the darkness. Homer calls Athena a Glavkopis, which means bright-eyed. It's the same root as Glavks, the owl, the bird that sees in the night, as we said. This teaches that Athena is not the goddess of light. She's the eye that sees even without light, the mind that remains awake when the whole world goes dark. The owl sees what others cannot see. It sees the unseen, the forgotten, the avoided, the shadow, and this is why Athena carries an owl. It is not a decoration, it is not a symbol of gentlessness, but the living emblem of lucid perception, the ability to see darkness without being deceived by it. And the owl, again, is the vision that remains awake when the world goes dim. Athena's knowledge is not comfortable, it is revealing. It exposes what lies beneath appearances and forces the mind to confront what it tried to ignore.
What we call the evil eye today, it began as a memory. When Christianity became the official religion of the empire, the pressure to convert was immense. In Greece, where the old world was still alive, the transition was anything but smooth. The ruins we see today did not fall only to time or earthquakes. Many were deliberately destroyed. Anything that still stood as a reminder of the older tradition was seen as a threat during a period that lasted over a few centuries. And then something remarkable happened. People began taking the eyes from the statues. In a world collapsing around them, in cities losing their identity, people kept the eyes of their gods as tokens of protection and remembrance. The eye was the gaze that does not fade, the gaze that guards. From this, the amulet we now call the evil eye was born, not to frighten, but to remember Glavkopis Athena, the eye that sees in darkness, the knowledge that does not vanish even when the whole world around it falls apart. Most Greeks today no longer remember the origin of the eye, yet they place it on newborn children as a gift of protection. The Church sees it as a pagan remnant, and perhaps it is. It carries the echo of a much older world, a world that refused to disappear, choosing instead to survive in symbol. And yet, we are still here, telling their stories, keeping their memory alive one video at a time. The symbol survived, and so did we.
Athena as inner strategy, the mind that sees ahead. Athena is the goddess of strategy because strategy is the art of seeing consequences. She governs timing, insight, anticipation, the ability to read motives and patterns, and the warriors pray to Ares for strength, but to Athena for victory, because victory belongs to the mind that can see clearly. 7. The Acropolis, mind elevated above chaos. Athena's temple stands above the city of Athens because elevated consciousness stands above confusion. To climb the Acropolis, your internal Acropolis, it is to rise above noise, conflict, ignorance, opinion, distraction. And Athena is the height, the perspective and lucidity. 8. Athena as psychological awakening, the moment you wake up. Athena is the moment inside you that says, stop, what's going on here? Look, think, understand. The moment thought separates from emotion and begins to see clearly. It is the birth of responsibility, the beginning of intelligence, and the first spark of freedom. 9. What Athena really is. So who is Athena? She is the divine mind emerging from within. She is the vibration of awareness, Pallas, the eye that can see in darkness, Glascopis, the owl, and the clarity that integrates fear, the strategy of the psyche, the elevated mind, and the awakening of thought. Athena is not simply the goddess of wisdom, she is consciousness realizing itself. Next time we will explore Apollo, the light of order, the power that harmonizes the mind and shapes thought into harmony and brings rhythm into the soul. When Athena awakens thought, Apollo perfects it and harmonizes it.
Episode 6. Apollo, the law that makes the world music.
Most people imagine Apollo as a good-looking guy with a lyre, the god of light, harmony, and beauty. But the ancients had a very different reaction to it. In Plato's Cratylus, Socrates says that some people feared the name Apollo because they associate it with the verb apollimi, which means to destroy. And they trembled not out of superstition, but out of misunderstanding. For Plato, Apollo is not the destroyer of beings. He's the dissolver of illusion, the force that breaks what is false so that what is true may appear. Apollo is not a mythological character. He is the cosmic law that makes the universe comprehensible, the clarity behind all things, the rhythm that turns chaos into order. So today we will uncover the Apollo that Plato reveals, the intelligence that tunes the cosmos and purifies the human soul. 1. Plato's fourfold Apollo. In the Cratylus, Plato unfolds something astonishing. The name Apollo contains 4 different meanings, 4 doors to one divine reality, and 4 movements of the same light. So these 4 functions are Απλούς, undivided clarity, Ai, Valon, infallible accuracy, Apolleo, cosmic harmony, and Apolluon, purification through truth. And this is not linguistics, it's metaphysics. Let's see them all one by one. 1. Απλούς, the undivided mind. The first meaning Plato gives is απλούς, the simple, the single, the undivided. Απλus is not some childish simplicity and naivety. It is wholeness. It is a mind that can see without fragmentation anymore, a perception that it is unbroken by emotions, fear, desire, or any kind of confusion. And this corresponds to what the ancients called mantic vision. And this is not prediction, it is direct insight. It's the ability to perceive truth immediately before the mind splits it into pieces. So Απλus is consciousness that sees reality as one continuous field, and this is Apollo as clear seeing. Here's something that almost no one notices. Applus does not belong to what we call today rational thinking or the traditional Western thought. It belongs to the deepest currents of the East. The undivided mind appears in other traditions, appears in Hinduism as non-dual awareness, appears in Taoism as Wuji, the state before all unity, in Buddhism as the mind before fragmentation, and also in the Greek Orthodox Istychast tradition, which preserved many elements of the ancient Greek Noetic philosophy. The same idea appears as onous applus, the purified and undivided mind. But the pure ancient Greek tradition does something absolutely unique, because it doesn't treat this state as something mystical. It treats it as a principle of cosmic intelligence. And this is why Apollo stands at the bridge between Greece and the West, because Apollo is the revelation that clarity is non-dual, that the mind sees only when it is whole, that fragmentation is illusion, that the world becomes intelligible only when consciousness returns to unity. And most people think Greek thought is Western rationality. It is not. Under Apollo, Greek thought stands at the same root as the Eastern traditions, but it is a part of a structure that we are discussing in all these videos. It is a philosophical architecture, and this is the hidden magnitude of Applus, and almost no one realizes it. 2. Ai Valon, the one who never misses. The second meaning is Ai Valon, the one who always hits. Apollo's arrow is not a weapon, it symbolizes causality, that everything follows a trajectory, that nothing is random, that every choice we take is an arrow, and every action has a direction, and every intention has a consequence. So to live Apollonianly is to recognize that what you truly aim at, you will eventually reach, consciously or unconsciously. So Ai Valon is the law of accuracy in both the cosmos and the soul, the straight line of truth that is moving through a cyclical experience. 3. Apolleo, the harmonizer of the cosmos. Next comes the meaning that is tied to the verb poleo, polarity, polos, pole. So to rotate, to move in cycles, to regulate, to bring into order. With the prefix a, which is unifying, apolleo and also homopollon means the one who harmonizes all motions, the one who tunes the moving parts into concord. So this is why Apollo is the god of music, not because he plays the lyre, but because he tunes the universe like a lyre. So he harmonizes the movements of the heavens, the mathematical ratios, underlying sound, the laws of nature, the inner balance of the human psyche. The ancients believed that the cosmos is an instrument. What kind of instrument? An instrument of consciousness. And Apollo is the one who keeps it in tune. When your life begins to resonate, to fall into right proportion, when you sound like yourself, that is Apollo within you. Apolluon, the purifier. The final meaning is Apolluon, the one who washes away, the one who purifies, from the verb luo, which means to cleanse. So Apollo heals through illumination. Light purifies because whatever is revealed loses its power to corrupt. Whatever is exposed can no longer deceive, and whatever becomes visible begins to transform you. So Apollo destroys darkness not by force, but by making darkness impossible, by making the unconscious conscious, as Carl Jung says. Apollo is dissolving illusion. Apollon is Apollo as the fire of truth that burns away the false. The cosmic lyre, Apollo's music. For the ancients, music was not entertainment. Music was motion governed by number. Mathematics made audible. So the lyre of Apollo was not an instrument of pleasure. It was a cosmic diagram, a cosmic map. And each string represented proportion, ratio, ordered vibration, the hidden geometry through which the whole world holds together. So when Apollo plays the lyre, he's not performing, he's revealing something far more radical. That the universe itself is built on harmony, and the existence moves in measurable relations, and that reality is not chaos but ordered resonance. The Greeks did not say the universe contains music, they were saying that the universe is music. The 7 strings, a universal structure. Here is a detail that changes everything. The Apollonian lyre was traditionally 7-stringed, and this was not out of randomness, it was not something artistic, but something cosmological. 7 tones of the scale, 7 fundamental planetary spheres, and 7 ordered movements of the soul. In Plato's Timeus, the soul of the cosmos is woven from ratios, intervals, and circular motions. So the soul moves in cycles, not in straight lines. And now something interesting. Across Eastern traditions, the same structure appears not as a sound, but as inner movement. We have 7 chakras, 7 ascending centers of consciousness, 7 stages through which life rises towards clarity. And it's not borrowing, it's convergence. Different civilizations describing the same unfolding architecture with different symbolic languages. Plato's missing link, the body as lyre. Plato goes even further. In the Timeus, he describes how the immortal soul is bound to the body through circular motions, which are disturbed by the soul entering matter. So the body becomes a seat of continuous inflow and outflow. Remember Poseidon here, within which the circular motions of the immortal soul are shaken and distorted. And then Plato reveals something extraordinary. He places the binding of the soul in the marrow and calls the bone that encloses it Hieron Ostun, which means the sacred bone. The spinal axis is not an anatomical coincidence, it is the axis of incarnation. So the soul descends along it and the soul ascends through it, just like a vibration moving through a string. The hidden meaning. Now everything comes together. The lyre is not outside you. The lyre, it is you. So the spine is the lyre's frame. All the inner channels are its strings, and consciousness is the vibration. So when life is distorted, the music becomes noise. When perception fragments, the harmony collapses. But when clarity returns, and when motion becomes proportion, and when the inner life is tuned, the human being becomes an instrument. It produces melody. This is Apollo's music. It is not sound for the ears, it is harmony for the being. Apollo does not give melodies, he gives alignment. He teaches the soul how to vibrate correctly within the laws of existence. So whether you call it harmony, or logos, or even kundalini rising through the ordered centers, the principle is the same here, that life becomes intelligible only when it moves in tune with truth. Apollo is the law that tunes the instrument, and when the instrument is tuned, reality produces a melody. The ancients did not have particle accelerators, but they possessed something far more dangerous, ontological intuition. For them, reality was not made out of things, it was made of vibrations. So, strings under tension, motion governed by ratio, and matter as frozen rhythms. Apollo's lyre is not a metaphor, it is a model. So, when tension changes, sound changes. When sound changes, form changes. And when form changes, the world changes. So this is precisely what modern string theory suggests, that the fundamental blocks of nature are not particles but vibrating strings. The Greeks expressed the same thing differently. So the word cosmos comes from kosmima, which means ornament. It is order, it is harmony, it is music. So perhaps the first string theory was not written in equations, but played on Apollo's lyre. The psychological Apollo, the inner law. Inside each human being, Apollo is the function that seeks clarity, coherence, accuracy, harmony, and alignment. He's the demand for truth, even when truth is uncomfortable. So, whenever you straighten your life according to what is real, you are following Apollo. Whenever you betray truth for comfort or distraction, you drift away from Apollo. Apollo is the inner law that brings the soul back into tune. Plato's four meanings form a single structure. Απλούς, clarity, ai, βάλλον, accuracy, apoleo, homopollon, harmony, and apolluon, purification. This is the architecture of Apollo, and it is the architecture of the awakening mind. When these four operate together, life starts to sound right. When they are absent, life falls out of tune. Who Apollo truly is. So who is Apollo? Not just a sun god, not a handsome guy, not a mythological musician. Apollo is the clarity that reveals truth, the accuracy that guides us, the harmony that sustains unity, and the purification that frees consciousness. He is the cosmic law that makes both the world and the soul understandable. So Apollo is the force that makes reality sing in tune. Next time we will explore Artemis, and Artemis is the archetype of the boundary of the soul, the power of inner sovereignty, and the night mirror of Apollo's light. Where Apollo tunes the world, Artemis protects the self.
Episode 7. Artemis, the boundary of the soul.
Most people, when they think of Artemis, they imagine a female hunter, a lonely virgin running through the forests with a bow. But this image hides one of the most powerful ideas in Greek philosophy. If Apollo is the solar intelligence that reveals truth, Artemis is the lunar intelligence that protects the soul itself. She is the guardian of the boundary, the force that keeps us whole.
She is the inner sovereignty that refuses fragmentation. So in this episode, we uncover Artemis as the cosmic law that preserves the integrity of the human being. Lunar twinship, the inner mirror. Artemis and Apollo are twins for a metaphysical reason. Apollo is the outward light, the illumination, the structure, and the sun. Artemis is inward light, it is protection, boundary, and she is the moon. So the moon does not generate light, the moon reflects the light. And ancient thinkers called the moon a reflection, light that comes from elsewhere. And this was not only astronomy, it was also psychology. The mind, the nous, illuminates, but the inner world reflects. But a mirror can distort if it is unprotected. And Artemis guards the mirror of the soul. Without her, no Apollonian clarity can ever enter. No truth can be received by a fragmented self. And this is why no one receives Apollo without first understanding Artemis. Plato's three etymologies, the hidden doctrine. In Plato's Cratylus, Socrates gives three interpretations of the name Artemis, and each reveals a different layer of her metaphysical nature. 1. Artemis, the whole, the unbroken. From Artemis we have intact, unharmed, not divided. And Artemis is the inner unity of the soul. It's the part of us that cannot be corrupted or split. She's the guardian of wholeness. 2. Aretis Istor, the knower of virtue. Artemis knows virtue in the sense of knowing how it is formed. This is why she protects the young and presides over the minor mysteries of Eleusis, the preparing stage in which the human being organizes their centers before approaching deeper initiation. And she governs the formation of character, the shaping of the inner architecture that must be stable before illumination. 3. She who rejects the plow, the metaphysical virgin. The plow divides the earth, opens it, and makes it receptive. And Artemis refuses the plow not out of hostility toward fertility, but because she refuses division. And her virginity is metaphysical, the soul that remains whole, unmixed, and self-protected. The undivided self is the only self that is ready for mystery. Artemis in the Greek world. Pausanias reveals something striking. In Sparta, he describes the shrine of Artemis or Thea, which is the goddess who sets upright, who straightens, who strengthens the moral spine. So, a deity that is tied to the formation of young citizens, the upbringing of character. In Messenia and Laconia, she appears as Artemis Limnatis, the goddess of marshlands, the in-between spaces that are neither land nor water. A goddess for liminal states, wherever identity is vulnerable, Artemis stands guard. The bow and arrow, precision in defense. Apollo's arrow reveals truth, and Artemis's arrow protects it. So her bow is vigilance and her arrow is refusal. Every time you say, no, this cannot enter my inner world,
you are invoking Artemis. Wilderness, the unowned core. Artemis rules the wild because wilderness symbolizes the part of the human being that belongs to no one, not to society, not to expectation, not to even one's own ego image. She guards the untamed, the sovereign core of the self. Apollo is truth as order. Artemis is truth as sovereignty. So Apollo tunes the universe and Artemis protects the being who experiences it. Spiritual intelligence has two sides, clarity and integrity. One without the other is incomplete.
Artemis and the measure of love. There is an ancient Greek saying that in one sentence carries all the weight of this episode, and you will recognize the first half. Αγάπα τον πλησίον σου, μικρά ελαττούμενος. Love thy neighbor, while diminishing yourself only slightly. This single phrase contains the entire law of Artemis. Remember, Artemis is Artemes, the intact, the whole, the goddess who refuses fragmentation or division, the protector of the boundary or limits, self-sufficiency and sovereignty of the inner space. That is to say, the ethical form of Artemis. I love without losing my wholeness and my integrity. Love without self-erasure. Relation without fragmentation. In the Greek world, virtue is never self-annihilation, it is measure. Artemis teaches the boundary of love, the limit beyond which giving becomes loss of self. Where love destroys integrity, Artemis automatically withdraws her protection. And remember, we are not speaking about a mythological figure, we are speaking about a principle. The force that guards inner integrity, the law that sets the boundary of the soul. That force is called Artemis.
Inside each human being, Artemis manifests as boundaries, autonomy, refusal of manipulation, stability under pressure, inner self-possession. Whenever you guard your time, your energy, your values, your identity, you are acting through Artemis. Who Artemis truly is. Artemis is not a forest hunter and not just the moon goddess. Artemis is the law of boundaries, the intelligence behind the formation of virtue and the guardian of unbroken identity, and the metaphysical virgin who refuses division. She preserves the inner world so that the inner world one day will awaken. That's why she is the protector of the children. Next time we will explore Hermes, the guide between worlds, the mover of meaning, the god of thresholds and transformation. Where Artemis protects the self, Hermes connects the self to the universe. Episode 8. Hermes, the god of the living logos, the inventor of speech, the connector of worlds, and the father of Pan. Most people see Hermes as a trickster, as a messenger of the gods in the world, as a clever thief, a god of travelers and merchants, but Plato in Cratylus takes us far deeper. Hermes is not just the god of speech, he's the god of connection, the one who binds, articulates, interprets, and carries meaning across realms. And from him, Pan is born, the twofold nature of the word itself, divine above and tragic below. To understand Hermes is to understand how the universe becomes intelligible. 1. Hermes, from the verb iro, speaking as connecting. The usual translation of "pherein" is to speak, but the verb iro also means to join, to bind, to fasten, to weave into one continuous thread. So speech is not just making noise or talking about what you had for dinner yesterday. Speech is joining the mind to the world, the thought to form, human to human, and the mortal to the divine. And this is why Homer uses the word emisato. He devised, invented, when describing the act of shaping meaningful speech. Socrates says about those mysterious onomatothetes, the ancient mysterious name givers who constructed the language, who joined meanings to things and things to the meanings, that he who invented the joining of meaning, the art of speaking and connecting, is rightly called Iremis, from Irin, hence Hermes. So Hermes is the god that makes meaning possible. 2. Hermes as the messenger, meaning in motion. Hermes is not simply a messenger, he is the mediator of meaning, so every act of interpretation is hermetic, clarifying a sign, conveying a message, translating between worlds, crossing boundaries, revealing what lies hidden. And this is why the discipline of interpretation is still called hermeneutics. Hermes is the very movement of meaning. 3. Hermes and the Logos, beyond the word. To grasp Hermes, we must understand what Logos really means. Modern translations render it as the word, but in Greek thought, Logos is the law of the cosmos, Heraclitus, the ratio that structures number, harmony, and music, Pythagoreans, the power of the mind to unify and discern, the method of truth, dialectic, the invisible architecture that holds reality together. Logos is the study of motion, and Logos is motion. Heraclitus says that ο λόγος είναι κοινός, which means that the Logos is universal and common, but most are asleep to it. The Logos is not something we possess, it is something we participate in. So Hermes is not the Logos, Hermes is the movement of the Logos, the joining, the articulation, the transmission, the revelation, the connection, the weaving of cosmic structure into intelligible form. When the Logos becomes comprehensible, Hermes is interpreting. When the Logos becomes audible, Hermes is speaking. When the Logos takes its mythic form, Pan is born. So Hermes is the kinetic axis of intelligibility. 4. Why Hermes can deceive, the dual nature of speech. Plato notes Hermes's reputation. He's cunning, he's persuasive, he's capable of deceit. And this is not moral judgment, it is a recognition that speech and reality contain both truth and illusion. So the god of language must preside over both. 5. Enter Pan, the child of Hermes, the double nature of Logos. Now Socrates turns to Pan, the son of Hermes. Pan is not a goat god, he is the full spectrum of Logos. His upper half is smooth, divine, and luminous, the true Logos, the clarity, the harmony, the truth, and his lower half is goat-like, tragic, and this is the deceptive word, the distortion, chaos, fear. Pan is Logos as it appears in the human world, half divine and half broken. But pan means everything. It is the totality of things. 6. The two halves of pan. The upper part of pan symbolizes clear thought, refined speech, truthful insight. This is the logos of the pure intelligible state, and the lower goat-like nature signals confusion, illusion, uncontrolled emotion, this distortion of meaning. Tragedy actually comes from the word tragos, which means goat. So, and it is tragos sin odi, which means singing. So tragodia, it's tragon odi, the ode of the goat. Socrates says that illusions and lies dwell among the crowd below, the tragic realm where truth and illusion mix. Pan is the logos when it descends into the human condition and ascends into higher fields of consciousness. 8. Pan as the living logos, revelation through contrast. Pan is teaching us that Logos is alive. When we rise, we meet his divine half, and when we fall, we meet his tragic half. To encounter Pan is to encounter ourselves, our clarity and confusion, all intermingled. And this is why the word panic is the shock of confronting reality without proper preparation and proper interpretation. 9. Hermes as the axis of consciousness. Hermes stands between the divine logos above, the tragic world below, and the human being moving between them. Hermes is the psychopomp, the guide of the souls to the place of the dead, the spiritual guide of a living person's soul, because meaning must travel through every realm, from the heaven to thought, from thought to speech, from speech to the word, from the word to the world, from experience to transformation. So Hermes is the very connection of all levels of being. 10. Hermes, Apollo, Artemis and Pan, the quadrilateral of the mind. Now we have a kind of an architecture of consciousness here. We have Apollo, who is clarity, the tuning of truth. We have Artemis, who is integrity, the boundary of the soul and its preparation. And then we have Hermes, who is interpretation, movement, and articulation. And Pan is the total expression of Logos in both its faces. And Hermes here is the central point, the shaft on which the whole mechanism turns and oscillates. Without him, no message from Apollo would ever reach us. No inner sovereignty of Artemis becomes communicable, and Pan remains unintelligible. 11. Who Hermes truly is. Hermes is the inventor of speech, the articulator of meaning, the connector of realms, the weaver of thought into form, the guide of the souls, and the bridge between the gods and the mortals. He is the father of Pan, the living word, the Logos. And he is not a messenger, he is the medium through which reality becomes comprehensible. Hermes is the movement of the Logos within the cosmos and within us. Peace and war, ειρήνη και πόλεμος. Something deeper to close the episode. Since iro means to join, to connect, it also gives the word ειρήνη, which is peace. Peace is not the absence of conflict. Peace is the unity of what has been joined, the soul woven into coherence. War, polemos, from polarity,
This is division, fragmentation, and disconnection. Thus, the teaching of Hermes is simple. Where the mind fragments, there is polemos. Where the mind connects, there is irene. And the path to peace is the path of logos, the art of joining what is divided and the art of meaning itself. Hermes is the god, the archetype who restores unity to the soul. And now that we have met Hermes, the one who joins, who interprets, who carries meaning across every level of being, we stand at the threshold of a new question. What is it that draws all these meanings together? If Hermes is the movement of the logos, the next god is the movement of the soul toward beauty and harmony. It is the magnetic center of the cosmos, the one who brings opposites into unity, the one who turns connection into beauty, and the one who makes the cosmos lovable. Next episode, Aphrodite, the power that draws the world into harmony. Where Hermes moves meaning, Aphrodite moves the heart of the world. Episode 9, Aphrodite, the power that draws the soul into harmony. Most people imagine Aphrodite as a goddess of romance, seduction, and beauty, a soft, pleasant figure emerging from the sea. But there is something about Aphrodite vastly deeper. Aphrodite is not just beauty, she is the law of attraction that governs the cosmos, the force that draws opposites together, the power that makes unity possible, and she is the magnetic center of the world. Where Hermes reveals meaning, Aphrodite reveals why things seek each other, why the cosmos is not a chaos of fragments, but a living, breathing harmony. So today we will uncover the true Aphrodite, the force that draws the soul upward from earthly beauty to celestial beauty, from desire to understanding, from the many to the one. 1. Born from the sea, motion becoming attraction. Aphrodite rises from the sea. This is not just a poetic image, it is poetic metaphysics. Remember the Poseidon episode. The sea is Poseidon's domain, the realm of becoming, the realm of emotion, of movement and turbulence, where forces collide, mix, and reshape each other. We have Aphrodite. Aphros plus diti. This ancient etymology, already given clearly by Hesiod, is the following. Aphros means foam, sea foam, froth. Aphrodite, she who is born from the foam. In the Theogony, Hesiod writes, the goddess appeared from the white foam, and for this reason they call her Aphrodite. This is not a folk etymology. This is a very ancient poetic statement of cosmogony. But what does aphros, foam, really mean philosophically? What does foam have to do with philosophy? Aphros is not simply foam. It signifies the boundaries between water and earth. The moment when movement becomes visible, it is the surface of Genesis. Foam is not a substance, it is a phenomenon produced by intensity and motion. So Aphrodite is not born from matter, she is born from a relation of forces. It is movement, and this movement, it is becoming attraction. So we have
Poseidon, motion, turbulence, becoming. Aphrodite, elxis, which means attraction, direction, and attunement. Foam marks the point where blind, invisible motion acquires a form through relation, and when attraction enters motion, elxis takes the form of a helix, a spiral. Aphrodite is the first perceptible attraction of the world toward coherence, and not accidentally, in some traditions, she precedes Eros, and in Plato, she is never, of course, reduced to mere desire. She represents the moment when becoming is no longer a chaotic motion, but begins to orient itself towards unity. And from this endless motion, something great emerges. Attraction. The tendency of things to seek coherence, resonance, and unity. Aphrodite is born precisely at the moment when movement becomes direction and when chaos becomes order, when the soul begins to feel what draws it forward. So she is the first harmony that is born from the waves of becoming, from the kingdom of Poseidon, right here and now. Greek philosophy never tells you believe something, it tells you how to see. 2. The two Aphrodites, Pandemos and Urania. In ancient philosophy, Aphrodite is twofold. Aphrodite Pandemos. Pandemos means pan and demos, which is crowd, people, and pan means everything, so of all the people, so to speak. And Aphrodite Pandemos, she is the force that unites bodies. It is earthly desire, it is attraction bound to form, to pleasure, to sensation, and this is the lower gravitational pull of the soul. And Aphrodite Urania, which means sky, and it implies the cosmos, the divine connection of all things. So she's the attraction toward the intelligible, the beauty that lifts and doesn't pull down, harmony that purifies the mind, and the longing for the eternal and not the temporary. And this division is not moralistic, it is ontological. Human attraction has two directions, downward towards matter and upward towards meaning. And the entire spiral journey is the transformation of the lower attraction into the higher one. This is why Aphrodite is the mother of Eros, but not Eros, not the way people think. 3. The reversal of Aphrodite, the turning of the soul. Venus is Aphrodite in Latin, so astrologically Venus is one of the few planets that sometimes appears to move backwards. The ancients saw this as a symbol of the soul's reversal, the moment desire stops running outward toward pleasure and everyday distractions and begins to turn inward and upward toward the beautiful, the true, and the harmonious. This is what the Greeks meant by metania. In English it is pronounced metanoia, which means repentance. But it is not repentance with the meaning that the word took later on, but metanoia. It is the turning of the mind towards the higher realm. Pandemos, Aphrodite, binds the soul downward, and Urania reverses its motion and draws it towards the cosmos. A note here, Pandemos Aphrodite doesn't mean that it is something bad, it is something natural. The whole point in Greek philosophy is metron, measure. Four, Phosphoros, Lucifer, the bringer of light. When Venus rises before the sun, the Greeks called her Phosphoros, Eosphoros, which means the bringer of light. Phos means light, and phero, it is a verb, and it means to carry something, to bring. And Eos is the dawn itself. So it is the planet that announces the morning. It is the star that carries the first light of the day. Later, Latin simply translated this idea, and it became Lucifer. Lux plus fere, the one who bears the light. But fere is the same ancient verb as the Greek phero, to carry something. And lux is related to the Greek liki, the first light of dawn, and the same root gives us Lyceum, the school of Aristotle. So, what did later traditions demonize? Not darkness, but the morning light itself. It is the symbol of beauty, awakening, and the upward movement of the soul. So, Lucifer was never a demon. It was the name of Aphrodite as the morning star. And here lies one of the greatest cultural inversions of history. What later tradition demonized? It was not darkness, but the symbol of dawn itself, the light that awakens the soul, the beauty that leads upward. Aphrodite, it is not temptation. Aphrodite is illumination. So, what they've managed to demonize was beauty. 5. Eros as daimon megas. We cannot speak of Aphrodite without speaking of Eros, not the cartoon figure of desire, and not the spirit of romance, and not the little angel with the wings that throws arrows at people on Valentine's Day. Plato is very clear in the Symposium. Eros is not a god. Eros is a daimon, a great intermediary. A god lacks nothing. A fool desires nothing higher. Only the person in between, neither wise nor ignorant, feels the longing for ascent. Wisdom is one of the most beautiful things in existence, and Eros is the longing for the beautiful, and Eros is the tension towards the beautiful. Eros is the very hunger for wisdom, and Eros is the force that moves the soul upward. Eros is the very power that drives philosophy. So, Aphrodite gives the field, and Eros gives the movement. Aphrodite is attraction, and Eros is ascent. So together they form the ladder from earthly beauty to divine understanding. 6. The Greek misunderstanding. Eros, erastis, and the distortion of history. From this philosophical structure came the terms erastis, the one who shows the way and leads upward, and eromenos, the one being educated, shaped, and initiated. So this was not sexuality, it was pedagogical and philosophical initiation. The erastis was the guide, the mentor, who led the youth from the lower Aphrodite to the higher Aphrodite, from sensation to understanding, and from impulse to building character. It is exactly the process we saw in the episode of Artemis, if you remember. So, the later distortion of this relationship as sexual is a historical misunderstanding. The Greeks were describing the education of Eros, the transformation of desire into the love of truth. 7. Aphrodite as the magnetic center of the soul. Everything in the universe moves because something draws it. Stones fall, stars orbit, souls aspire. So, Aphrodite is the name the Greeks gave to the principle of attraction that operates on all levels: physical, emotional, intellectual, spiritual, absolutely all levels. She is the magnetic center that pulls the soul towards harmony. Where Hermes connects meanings, Aphrodite connects beings. When Hermes moves thought, Aphrodite moves desire, either earthly desire or higher understanding. And where Hermes reveals the logos, and remember, true or false logos, Aphrodite reveals the longing that brings that logos alive with us. The meaning of Aphrodite. So who is Aphrodite? She is not the goddess of romance, not the goddess of seduction, not the goddess of pleasure, and not the goddess of sexuality. Aphrodite is the harmony born from motion and the unity hidden within multiplicity. She is the power of attraction on every level of being and the ascent from body to soul and from soul to mind. She is the force that beautifies the world and the dawn that rises within the human heart. She is the cosmic magnet that draws all things toward the beautiful. The misunderstanding we must clear. Many modern translations render eros or philotis as love. And this is fundamentally wrong because love is soft, emotional, sentimental, and it belongs to the psychology of affection. But the Greeks were describing the architecture of reality. Eros is not romantic love. It is the upward tension of the soul toward the beautiful. It is the dynamic force that pulls a being from ignorance toward insight. It is what Gurdjieff was calling magnetic center. So, Plato is explicit. Eros is a daimon, a metaphysical drive, a philosophical hunger, the very engine of ascent. It is not a feeling, it is a force. Philotis. Empedocles calls Aphrodite Philotis, and Philotis is not affection, kindness, or tenderness. It is the integrative power of the cosmos. It is the principle of cohesion, of affinity, and harmonic unification, the force that binds elements together, stabilizes worlds, and holds reality in order. As Empedocles writes, though Philotis is always present, humans fail to perceive her. People do not fail to see beauty because beauty is rare. They fail to see it because their inner world is fragmented. Aphrodite appears only when the soul becomes capable of perceiving coherence. To translate eros or philotis as love is to flatten the Greek world into modern sentimentality and to totally erase their metaphysical depth. The Greeks were not speaking about emotions, they were speaking about the laws of being, the forces that bind the world and elevate the soul and make the cosmos intelligible. If Aphrodite is the power that draws the world into harmony, the next god is the force that tests that harmony through conflict. The episode 10 is Ares, the fire that forges the inner warrior, where Aphrodite draws the soul upward Ares burns away what prevents its ascent. Episode 10. Ares, the fire that makes the world move. Most people imagine Ares as a brute guy, the god of rage, of battle and destruction. But the Greeks saw something different. Ares is not violence. Ares is motion through conflict, the force that makes a being to differentiate, the tension that gives birth to form. He is the fire that sets existence in motion, the principle that says that without friction, nothing can appear. Without conflict, nothing can ever awake. And this is exactly what Heraclitus says with the phrase "polemos patir pandon," which means war is the father of all things. Not because he glorified violence, but because he understood Ares. 1. The mystical birth of Ares, from Hera as pure will. Ares is the son of Hera, and Hera is the principle of presence, of order, of horizon. She's Zeus's wife. She's the soul. So Hera gives birth to Ares not through union, but through pure will. And this is absolutely crucial, because it means that Ares is the immediate manifestation of intention. So action without hesitation and decision that is crystallized. He's the moment that the psyche stops thinking and moves forward. 2. Etymology. What his name really means. The name Ares has a few layers. The first one is from the verb ararisko, which is to fit, to join, to make something solid and firm. And this is quite amazing already, because Ares is not the one who breaks, although he's the god of war. He's the one who joins things together through impact. In physics, we would call this coherence through force. Form emerges when two pressures meet and collide with each other. The other layer is arete, which means excellence and virtue. Same root as Ares. A and R. So A and R indicate strength, potency, the power to actualize form. Arete does not mean morality, it means the strength to become who you truly are. And it also hides arithmos, which means number. So precision, strength with accuracy. This is an Apollonian type of strength. Remember Apollos' episode. Ares is the very ignition of that strength. 3. Ares as a neural principle, the action system. If Athena is the clarity of the mind and Apollo the harmony of the cosmos, Ares is the neural network of action. He is the dopaminergic ignition, reaction time, survival focus, decisive motion. In psychological terms, Ares is this burst of energy that cuts through paralysis and overthinking. It is the breath, this breath. So he's the fight in fight or flight, but also the courage, the forward thrust, the refusal to be passive. He is drive itself. 4. Ares and Aphrodite, the union of action and beauty. Aphrodite is Ares' partner. Why is Aphrodite his partner? Because attraction, Aphrodite, and action, Ares, are two sides of the same coin, of the same cosmic movement. Desire gives motion, motion gives creation, and creation gives harmony. And their child is harmonia, harmony. So the Greeks encoded a metaphysical law here. When attraction meets action, the world becomes just right, proportioned and beautiful. Without Aphrodite, Ares is blind brute force. Without Ares, Aphrodite is pure potential. So together, they generate pattern. 5. Heraclitus and the law of conflict. Heraclitus' statement, Polemos patir pandon, does not praise violence. It describes the structure of existence. Contrasts generate form, and oppositions create clarity. And tensions reveal being itself. So Ares is not the father of destruction. Ares is the father of manifestation. So every star was born from collapse. Every idea was born from friction, and every transformation always comes from struggle. 6. Ares as internal principle, the warrior of the soul. Inside every human being, Ares is the moment you say, no more, I had enough, this will end right here and now, and this is the line. So he is the boundary that holds, the decision that is no longer delayed, the courage that awakens under pressure, the confrontation with one's own shadow, and the very ignition of change. Without Ares, there is no self-mastery. Without Ares, the only thing that exists is compliance and inertia. Ares versus Mars, from cosmic conflict to imperial war. There is a crucial distinction that must be made. Ares is Greek and Mars is Roman, and although they are often treated as the same god, they represent two radically different worldviews. For the Greeks, Ares is a cosmic principle, the force of conflict that drives differentiation, emergence, and becoming, evolution. For the Romans, Mars becomes something else entirely. He's no longer an unstable, dangerous, necessary force within the fabric of being. He is transformed into the god of organized war, of discipline and state power. Mars is not the fire that disrupts order to shape reality. Mars is the fire that serves authority. And this is not a misunderstanding, it is a deliberate transformation. Conflict as ontology versus conflict as politics. In Greek thought, conflict is ontological. It belongs to the structure of reality itself. And this is where Heraclitus' statement comes, that polemos pandon patir, war is the father of all things. Heraclitus here, he does not glorify violence. He describes a law of becoming, of evolution. Form arises through tension, through clarity, through opposition, through being, through contrast. And just as a seed must activate its own inner force to break its own form in order to grow his roots and rise towards the surface, so the soul must pass through the same inner tension to emerge into being. Growth does not occur without rupture, and growth requires resistance. Ares operates within the soul and the cosmos. In Roman thought, conflict becomes political. Mars is no longer the force that transforms the self. He is the force that expands territory, enforces order, and dominates. Ares confronts chaos, where Mars commands armies. And this is a profound shift. When Ares becomes Mars, something very essential disappears. Inner conflict is replaced by external enemies, self-mastery becomes obedience. Transformation becomes conquest, and harmony is totally removed out of the whole equation. It is no coincidence that Harmonia, who is the child of Ares and Aphrodite, has no central role whatsoever in Roman religion, because harmony requires tension that is integrated, not just defeated. So the Greek Ares generates harmony through struggle, and the Roman Mars seeks victory without any integration. So Ares is a force that changes you, and Mars is a force that is imposed on others. Ares belongs to cosmic evolution and becoming, and Mars belongs to empire. And this distinction matters because when inner conflict is not faced, it does not disappear. It is projected outward. And when Ares is misunderstood, he always returns, but he doesn't return as transformation, it returns as war. 7. Ares and the tragic world. Greek tragedy is built on Ares, not because it glorifies conflict, but because it teaches that without confronting chaos, and above all inner chaos, the soul will never become whole. So Ares is the force that forces the psyche to meet what it fears, and through that meeting, to grow in strength, to grow in measure, and to grow in clarity. 8. What Ares really is. So who is Ares? Not the god of brutality, not blind violence, not destruction for its own sake. Ares is the fire, the energy that sets the whole world in motion, that sets dialectics in motion. He is the friction that gives birth to form. He is the decision that cuts through any confusion. He is the conflict that generates clarity through oppositions, and the potency behind all evolution. He is the father of Harmonia, and he is the very energetic engine of existence. Ares is the moment action appears. Now that we have understood Ares, the essence of action, the tension that shapes form, the very energy of dialectics, the father of harmony, we must explore the god who teaches how to measure this energy and this fire. Because what is action without proportion? So the next episode is Hephaestus. Hephaestus is the master of form. He's the alchemist. He's the very intelligence that shapes matter. Where Ares ignites, Hephaestus comes to build. Episode 11. Hephaestus, the fire that shapes the world. How do you turn a metal into gold? Not in a laboratory, not in books, but inside a human being. The ancients knew that the soul begins as raw metal, heavy, unshaped, corroded by desire, fear, and confusion, and that the only thing that can give value is fire. Metal that never enters fire never gains shape, never gains strength, and never gains worth. And the Greeks had a name for the force that burns you in order to form you, and this fire was called Hephaestus. Hephaestus is not the god who makes you powerful, he's the god who makes you something, and transformation always costs fire. To understand Hephaestus, we must first learn to see fire not as an element, but as a cosmic principle. The Pythagoreans taught that at the center of the universe burns the central fire, the very hearth of all existence. Philolaos describes it as the house of Zeus, the matrix, the mother of the gods, the altar, and the measure of nature, of physis. Physis in Greek, it's the whole universe, it's the cosmos. And around this primordial fire, the heavenly bodies dance, and harmony is not poetry here, it's the architecture of reality. So Hephaestus is the fire of creation, the force that enters matter and gives it form. And this is the uniqueness of Hephaestus. He is not the god of fire. Hestia is the fire of the very existence. Hephaestus is the god who knows how fire becomes world. Fire without intelligence destroys. Fire guided by nous, the higher mind, the higher consciousness, creates worlds. Before we go deeper, we must make here a crucial distinction, one that connects this episode to the earlier one on Demeter. Demeter, as we said, is the mother of form, but her form is archetypical. She is the invisible pattern that organizes becoming, the world of evolution, the principle that shapes the formless life force into identity, rhythm, and order. Her form governs the spiritual and intelligible architecture of life. Hephaestus, however, works at a different level. If Demeter gives the pattern, Hephaestus gives the pattern a body. So Demeter shapes the inner blueprint, and Hephaestus shapes the outer world. She is form as principle, and he is form as embodiment. And also, the lines between divine functions are never strict. The gods are not isolated departments of creation. They are interwoven expressions of a single cosmic energy. And this is why myths show marriages, jealousies, affairs, gods chasing one another, merging with one another. These are all metaphors for the interplay of universal forces, for the way one divine quality flows into another and becomes something new. Demeter forms the spiritual life of the human being, and Hephaestus completes this work by giving that inner form the very vessel of embodiment. So together they express two sides of creation, the blueprint and the realization, the pattern and then the fire that embodies it. Hephaestus as the creative power of the world of the senses. What we will talk about here is something very, very essential. The world is not constructed in order to be perfect. It is constructed in order to become, to serve evolution. This is obvious from experience itself. Our world is not flawless, it is not static, it is not complete, but this imperfection is not a defect, it serves a purpose. It is precisely because the world is not finished that movement, transformation, and evolution are possible. And this is why Plato does not describe the visible cosmos as a reality of perfection, but as the world of becoming, to γίγνεσθε, of evolution, of becoming. Becoming does not simply mean change, it means a process of formation, a movement towards something not yet fully realized, the condition of becoming what one is not yet. If the world was perfect, there would be no reason to act within it, there would be no learning, no shaping, no transformation of soul. So imperfection then does not oppose the purpose of the cosmos. It is what makes purpose possible, and this is why the cosmos is not described as gold, but as bronze. Gold is complete and unchanging. Bronze can be worked, and this is precisely the domain of Hephaestus. And Proclus, in his commentary on the Timeus, makes this distinction explicit. Hephaestus belongs to the creative order of the gods, not the generative powers that bring life into being, and not the purely intellectual gods, but the powers that construct the visible cosmos. And this is why the theologians portray him working bronze, moving the bellows, crafting the houses of the gods, and preparing the visible seats of the world. When Proclus says that the heavens are bronze, he does not mean this literally. Bronze names a metaphysical condition. It signifies matter that has already passed through fire, not rare earth, but neither pure intellect. It is matter shaped by intelligence. In one line, we would say that Hephaestus transforms divine intelligence into structured matter. And this is why his fire is never chaotic. It is measured, directed, and constructive. Fire is his tool, and cooled earth and shaped matter is his material. Hephaestus as the archetypical alchemist of the soul. Porphyry, iron, fire, virtue. Porphyry, in his work on statues, reveals the inner symbolism of Hephaestus. It is an amazing book, that book. Fire represents primordial energy. The blue cap that Hephaestus is wearing signifies the rotation of the heavens and the descent of cosmic fire into the lower world, the lower octaves of creation. And it marks fire becoming a lesser, more constrained principle. And what about the human being here? The human being is unworked iron. Hephaestus grabs him with his tongs, he puts him in the fire, he strikes him with a hammer and burns away the rust. And this is the archetype of inner alchemy. The soul does not acquire its true shape through comfort, but through fire guided by virtue and precision, and only what endures the fire becomes form. Hephaestus as the god of art and intellect, the true meaning of techne, not skill, not technology, and not art. The Greek word techne, which is often translated as art, does not mean skill or technology. The first part of technology is from techne. And it's not art as we understand today. Socrates in Cratylus interprets it as echonoi, echonu, a possession of mind, of high consciousness, a stable disposition that grasps forms and brings them into being. So techne is the nous in action, the movement of the mind that generates form out of the formless in accordance with harmonics and rhythm. And things such as the golden ratio, for example. Plato writes in the Laws, Nomos και τέχνη νου γέννη. Laws and techne are offsprings of nous, and according to the true nature of things. So techne should be a cosmic principle operating in the visible world through those who possess exin nous, inner clarity and harmony, high levels of consciousness, high levels of understanding the world around them in combination with the world within them, their inner world. And this is why Hephaestus, he's not a blacksmith in the trivial sense. He is the archetype of techne, the god who translates intellectual fire into form, the one who turns energy into a body and turns the formless into harmony. Techne can be expressed in many ways, as philosophy, as rhetorics, as politics, as law, as medicine, and also architecture, painting, music, and so on. What serves the mind and the soul leads to eudaimonia, the good spirit and living in harmony, and what serves emotion and desire will bring fall. So this is the structure of Hephaestus. Fire can build or destroy, and everything depends on the mind that wields it. In the Laws, Plato dedicates the class of true creators to those who shape form, to Athena and Hephaestus. Athena is nous, and Hephaestus is nous applied to matter. But techne also can be corrupted, and Plato, again in the Laws, gives us a warning of an immoral invention that imitates art, but it is only a tool of deception. Therefore, true techne requires knowledge of what is presented, knowledge of how correct it is, and also the understanding of its moral value. Used by the wise brings evzin, which means the good life, and used by clever people without any supervision brings decline and exploitation. The parallel with modern pharmaceuticals is unmistakable here. Plato writes, "In a city of free people, the craftsman must not use his techne, pure and genuine by its nature, to deceive his fellow citizens." And this understanding of art as transmission of order was not unique to Plato. Gurdjieff later described a parallel insight from a different language and a different time. Gurdjieff taught that humanity is not spiritually uniform, and he spoke of 7 different categories of human beings, and each level is defined by a different level of inner organization and consciousness. So according to Gurdjieff, these 7 types do not just think differently, they create differently too. Each level of being gives rise to a different kind of art. Some art is produced mechanically through imitation, habit, or social conditioning. Some rises from emotional discharge, imagination, or personal expression. Some is intellectual, clever, refined, but still subjective. But only the higher categories, what Gurdjieff calls types 5, 6, and 7, are capable of producing objective art. Art that does not express the personality of the artist, but transmits structure, proportion, and cosmic law. And this corresponds precisely to what Plato describes here. For Plato, true techne does not arise from talent, emotion, or cleverness. It arises from nous, from the high consciousness, from a level of being that is capable of perceiving form, measure, and the true nature of things. So, in this sense, not all humans are capable of producing the same kind of art, because not all humans exist at the same level of consciousness. Lower levels may imitate form, higher levels receive it. And this leads us to a crucial point. Why Greek art was often unsigned. It is no coincidence here that many ancient works were left unsigned. The creator was not understood as the source of the work, but as the receiver of form. The artist did not express himself, he aligned himself, he became a vehicle, a point of contact between the intelligible world and the material one. To sign the work would be to claim ownership, and ownership over something that was never considered personal property. Art was not an act of ego, it was an act of participation, a descent into form through a prepared human being into matter. And this is why techne belongs to Hephaestus, because Hephaestus does not represent creativity as inspiration or talent, but as intelligence entering matter through fire. Myth illuminates truth. Fall, Limnos, Hera, Aphrodite, clarified. Myth in Greek thought, as we already explained in the first episode, The Dark Psychology of Ancient Greece, is not a record of historical events or fairy tales or whatever. It has a lot of different layers. So we have metaphysics expressed in a narrative form. And the same truth can be spoken abstractly by philosophy or symbolically through myth. The fall of Hephaestus from Olympus. The myth says that Hephaestus fell from Olympus and he landed on Limnos, the island, which is a volcanic island sacred to fire. And this does not describe a cosmic accident or punishment, it describes a cosmic movement, the descent of divine fire, of intellect and formative power into the realm of matter. What philosophy calls descent into the world of the senses, myth presents it as fall. So Limnos is fire anchored now in matter, and Limnos is not chosen at random. It is a volcanic island. It is a place where fire is trapped inside stone. And this is the domain of Hephaestus. Limnos Island had the reputation of being a therapeutic island too. So Hephaestus is not only a creator here, but also a healer. The Limnian earth was believed to have therapeutic power because it carried that fire that had been cooled, measured, and stabilized. Hera, the soul of the world that receives form. Hephaestus constructs a throne for Hera. And this is not, again, fairy tales. As we saw in the Hera episode, Hera is not just a queen of the gods. She is the soul of the cosmos, the rhythm of time, the principle of maturation, and the structure that allows form to endure and mature. So myth here is saying something very interesting, that formative power, formative energy gives stability to the soul of the world. So the throne is not a furniture, it is structure. Without Hephaestus, Hera's rhythm would have no vessel. And without Hera, Hephaestus' forms would have no duration. Aphrodite. Why beauty belongs to fire. The union now of Aphrodite and Hephaestus also appears puzzling unless we understand Aphrodite correctly. As we saw in the Aphrodite episode, Aphrodite is not romance or seduction. She's elxis, which means attraction. She's the force that draws beings toward harmony. And why is she associated with Hephaestus? Because form without attraction remains inert. And fire can shape matter, but without Aphrodite, form would not draw, would not bind, would not become beautiful. And myth encodes this as a marriage. Aphrodite later on unites with Ares, and this expresses a different law of attraction joined with action, a desire united with force, producing harmony. But her bond with Hephaestus reveals something else. Beauty requires measure, and measure is the work of fire guided by intelligence. So if we see this all together, the myths give us a single structure. Ares ignites force and differentiation. Aphrodite draws that force toward harmony. Hera provides rhythm, duration, and maturation. Hephaestus gives form, structure, and embodiment, and Hephaestus emerges not as a random craftsman, but as the master of transformation, creator of form, healer of imbalance, and artisan of the whole world. So myth does not explain this discursively, it actually shows it, but you just need to sit down and do your work. And once this symbolic language is understood, the myths cease to be strange, they become very, very precise. The lame god and the nature of matter. Energy distorted in descent, the ray of creation. Hephaestus is lame. Proclus writes,
Χολεύειν δε αμφωτέρης της ποσήν, to be lame in both feet. Proclus, commentary on Plato's Timeus. The created world is described as lame, not as a defect, but because it stands at the final limit of procession. And therefore, the god who shapes this realm is portrayed as lame in both feet.
Energy entering matter becomes distorted. Proclus states this plainly because he says that the created world is lame, and therefore the god who shapes this realm is portrayed as lame. And this corresponds precisely again to Gurdjieff and to Gurdjieff's ray of creation. Gurdjieff says that at the top we have pure consciousness, unity, the fire that knows itself, and as it descends, it thickens, divides, forgets, becomes mechanical, becomes matter, becomes people, and so on. The fall of Hephaestus is the fall of conscious fire into the material world. To be lame means that the soul cannot walk straight inside the world of matter. Only fire can restore it, and Hephaestus is fire. So, this is the mystery embodied in Hephaestus. Limitation is not a flaw, it is the very condition of manifestation. When light travels in a vacuum, it moves freely, undivided, at full speed. But the moment it enters matter, water, glass, crystal, whatever, it slows down, bends, refracts, and breaks into colors. It does not cease to be light, but it can no longer move as it once did. So limitation is not failure, it is the cost of manifestation. The same is true of energy, of electricity, of waves, and of consciousness. When fire descends into matter, it creates, but it cannot remain whole. The human being as the work of Hephaestus, self-knowledge, transformation, the baptism of fire. In Greek thought, the human being is shaped by the same power that shapes the cosmos. And how could it be different? We are all stardust. The soul enters the body through the power of Hephaestus, as Proclus explains. And Democritus, if I remember correctly, says that the human is a microcosm. So the human is iron waiting the hammer, untempered material that it is needing heat, and a form that is seeking completion. Porphyry's baptism of fire becomes the path of transformation. The soul is purified, the rust falls away, the shape changes, the human remembers, and Hephaestus is the archetype of the inner alchemist, the self-maker, the god who teaches that nothing great is born without fire.
This teaching did not remain theoretical. It was enacted in the Pythagorean Mysteries, initiation rites practiced in the volcanic regions of Limnos and Lesbos, closely associated with Hephaestus and the power of fire. And like the Eleysinian Mysteries, the Kabirian rites were not about belief and not about moral instruction. They were about transformation. Now we have to be precise here. We do not know the inner details of these rites. Like all major Greek mysteries, they were protected by silence. What survives are fragments, references, and philosophical commentaries. But what survives is enough to reveal the principle. Initiation meant exposure to fire, not as punishment, but as revelation. And here, fire does not mean physical flames alone. In Greek metaphysical language, pyr, fire, is not merely an element. It is a principle of activation, the force that reveals structure, the power that separates the essential from the accidental. Fire is what cannot be deceived. It does not add form. It removes what does not belong. This is why later philosophers, such as Porphyry, insist that the soul is not purified by washing, but by fire. Water may cleanse the surface. Fire tests the very core. Fire transforms. What cannot endure it falls away. What is essential remains. And this is not moral judgment, it is ontological testing. And this is why Hephaestus is not merely a craftsman, he is the archetype of inner transmutation. He does not create through command or imagination, but through heat, resistance, and refinement. He works precisely where form meets limitation, where intelligence descends into matter and must endure density, friction, and constraint. And the same law applies to the human being. In Greek thought, the human is shaped by the same power that shapes the cosmos, fire, energy. The soul enters embodiment through fire, and it is only through fire that it can be reshaped. This is the secret preserved silently in the Kabirian tradition. Purification is not symbolic, but transformative. Not the removal of sins, but the exposure of what is false. The human being is shaped the same way the world is shaped, through heat that reveals, through resistance that clarifies, and through the courage to remain present, while what does not belong to you finally burns away. Now, one more clarification because this matters. The name of the Kabirian rites is etymologically obscure, as is common with ancient mysteries, but their inner logic is unmistakable. Everything about them points to fire, not as a metaphor, but as function. The verb kavo means I burn, and this is where modern explanations often miss the Greek mind entirely. Many modern theories attempt to explain the Kabirian name through external linguistic comparisons, for example, proposals linking it to a Semitic root, kabir, meaning great, or to terms glossed as friend or associate. Even if such comparisons are discussed, notice what happens when you reduce a mystery to labels like great, friend, associate. Great tells you nothing about how something works. It shows no inner process. It reveals no transformation. And friend, associate, is worse. It turns mystery into some kind of social category, transmutation into a guild, and fire into an occupation. But Greek thought does not work primarily with labels. It works with verbs, with movements, with processes. Kavo means I burn. I alter through fire. Temno means I cut, I discern. Pheno, I reveal, I bring something into appearance. Manthano, I learn, I am changed inwardly. In this language, words do not merely describe, they activate. Type Zeus or Aphrodite on Google and see what comes up. All the name explanations are taking you away from the deeper meanings that we are investigating here, downgrading it to almost kindergarten levels of understanding. Why? When you connect Kabirian rites, fire, Pir, Hephaestus, ordeal and transmutation, you're not doing etymology as a hobby here, you are reading function. And this is precisely why the continuity of meaning is so often broken, because if it isn't broken, something dangerous becomes obvious. That there is an inner technology of consciousness, that purification is not something moral, it is ontological, that a human being is not saved by believing, but by enduring, that knowledge is not merely transmitted, it is tested, and the truth is not accepted, it's what survives. And that is not easily managed by theological systems, academically neutralized interpretation, or cultural relativism. It is the uncompromising Greek demand of not believe and be comforted, but wake up or burn. And now that I've said the word academic, a deeper irony needs to be exposed here. Even the word academic itself originates in a sacred and initiatory context. The term comes from the academy, the sacred grove outside Athens where Plato taught, and it took its name from Academos, a local heroic figure and guardian of that land. According to Athenian tradition, Academos was the one who revealed the hidden truth. He disclosed where Theseus had concealed Helen, thereby preventing the destruction of Athens by the Dioscuri. Even all of these names hide allegories and deeper meaning. Metaphorically, Helen of Troy is not a person, she is a function of consciousness. She represents the object of attraction that draws awareness away from its center. And for this act, the place was spared and his name was preserved. And this matters because Academos was not remembered as a warrior, but as the one who revealed what was hidden at the right moment, a figure of truth, disclosure, and orientation, not opinion, not rhetoric, not comfort. The academy, therefore, was not merely a school in the modern sense. It was a consecrated space grounded in heroic memory, ritual order, discipline of life, and inner preparation. Philosophy, there was not neural observation, it was a way of life. The famous inscription, "Let no one untrained in geometry enter," did not refer to technical skill, it referred to inner readiness, the capacity for measure, structure, and orientation of the mind. Knowledge was not separated from transformation. To know meant to be changed. So when today the word academic is used to imply distance, detachment, safety from consequence, or supposed cognitive neutrality, something essential has been inverted here. The original academy did not aim at comfort, it aimed at clarity. It did not protect the individual from the truth of self-knowledge. It prepared the individual to endure it. So the question is unavoidable. Who is misusing the word? Not those who treat knowledge as a transformative ordeal, but those who assume that understanding can exist without inner consequence. In the Greek sense, truth was never neutral. It demanded reorientation. It demanded discipline. It demanded risk. And this is why the Greek tradition does not say, believe and be comforted. It says, understand, and be changed. Burn it all away.
Conclusion: the threshold of Hestia. Hephaestus reveals how fire becomes world, how the unseen takes shape, how intelligence becomes matter, how the soul remembers itself through the heat of experience. But creation through fire is only one side of the cosmic order. Every act of shaping, every form that enters existence, every structure that endures depends on something deeper, a center that is not moving. Hephaestus gives the world a body. But what gives the world a place? What holds the cosmos together? What anchors the world of the senses and becoming so that it doesn't dissolve into chaos? To answer this, we will turn to the most silent of all gods, the one whose fire never ends, and the one who stands at the beginning and end of everything. Socrates says that Hestia is the only god that always remains at Olympus. So the next episode is Hestia, the center that holds the world.
Look at the universe. Everything moves. But what holds this movement together? Motion without a center is not life, it is catastrophe. There is a force in the cosmos that moves everything, but never moving at all. It is a fundamental truth that the ancient Greeks understood. Everything that changes depends on something that does not. And they did something shocking with this realization. They placed a silent, unmoving goddess at the absolute center of reality. Not as a decoration, not as a mere symbolism for something, for the home of something, but as the metaphysical condition that makes existence possible. They placed Hestia at the beginning and the end of every ritual, every home, every city, and the cosmos itself. Hestia's name, hidden in her name, lies the bridge between being, motion, and the very center of our consciousness. When we lose this center, our thoughts scatter, our emotions pull us apart, and our lives lose their coherence and become a series of mechanical accidents. Hestia is the principle that holds the mind together while the whole world storms around it. She is the krateon styrigma, which means the great support of the soul. And without Hestia, neither Apollo's clarity nor Dionysus's ecstasy can ever find a place to stand. The etymology of essence, being and impulse. To understand Hestia, we must look at the Greek word for essence, which is ousia. But be careful here, the word essence from the Latin essentia shares the same root as esia and estia. They all come from the verb esti. It is, to be. Being, the very essence of all is being. To be. So in the Cratylus, Plato reveals that the word had two ancient forms, each revealing a different face of the goddess. Esia. Esia is the pillar of being. Derives from the verb esti, which means it is. And as we said here, Hestia is the goddess of being itself. She is the very foundation, the ontological ground that allows anything to stand. This is why the Greeks were saying Aphestias Archeste, which means always the starting point is Hestia. Before any ceremony, any procedure, building a city, or even thinking a thought, there must be first a place for it to exist. Hestia is that isness.
Osea, the impulse of motion. Plato gives us a second explanation from the word osis. Osis meaning a push or an impulse, acceleration. So this suggests that essence is not just something static like a floor or something. It is the force that initiates movement. And this is the great paradox here. Hestia is the unmoving center that generates all motion. She is the stay, Hestia, that provides the push, Osea. She is the stillness at the very heart of Hercules' fire. To understand how Hestia functions, look at the stars. Our entire galaxy is a massive dance of billions of suns, and everything is in motion. Yet the galaxy orbits at a fixed center, a point of such immense gravity and stability that holds all the other spiral arms to their place. And the galaxy is part of a cluster, and the cluster moves around yet another great attractor. Movement is only possible because there is a point that always remains. Think of a simpler everyday phenomenon, a vortex in a basin of water. The water spins violently, creating a powerful cone of force, but the very center of the whirlpool has a hole. It is stillness. If that still point disappears, the whole vortex collapses. The Pythagorean Hestia, the central fire, Philolaos and Proclus. This physical reality leads us directly to the Pythagorean understanding of the cosmos. Long before Plato, the Pythagoreans spoke of a central fire at the heart of the universe. Philolaos called it the house of Zeus, the altar and measure of nature. And the fire does not wander or consume, it stabilizes, it gives the cosmos a center. So this is Hestia on the cosmic scale, the very metaphysical axis from which harmony radiates. So if Hephaestus is the fire that shapes the world, Hestia is the fire that holds the world. As the Neoplatonist Proclus would later explain, every level of the universe requires a center. Without such a center, nothing can be coherent. Hestia is that center for the cosmos. So she is the grounding of order, the stable presence without which form collapses into chaos. In Plato's Phaedrus, Socrates describes a procession of the gods through the heavens. Zeus leads the way on a winged chariot, followed by an army of deities and daemons ordered in 12 divisions, and all moving in a great celestial dance. But Socrates notes one striking detail, that for Hestia alone abides in the dwelling of the gods. While the other primary gods move, act, and govern the cycles of change, Hestia remains seated. And this is not passivity, it's metaphysical necessity. In the architecture of the cosmos, if the center moves, the world ends. Hestia remains at the unmoving axis so that the world can keep turning. She is the threshold between the stillness of the one and the motion of the many. And this was not something that just stayed in the text of the philosophers. It seeped into the very DNA of Greek culture. Even today, in the most remote villages of Greece, you will find grandmas who insist on keeping a candili, which is a lamp burning 24/7 at home. And if you ask them why, they might not give you a lecture on Plato. They will say it is για το καλό, which means for the good of the house, or simply because their mother and their grandmother did it before them. But what they are unconsciously preserving is this connection to Hestia. They are maintaining the still point of the household, ensuring that the sacred fire never goes out, because they know instinctively that if the center is lost, the family, the whole, and the soul will begin to drift. So whether it is the fire in a humble little kitchen, or the sacred altar in the Prytaneum of a city, or even the central fire of the stars, Hestia is the anchor that gives the cosmic dance its meaning. Without the immovable seat, there is no order. There is only a dizzying, directionless drift. The psychological hearth, the tragedy of the scattered mind. Let's stop pretending now that we understand this principle. Most of us do not have a center. We have a vacancy. The ancient world knew that Hestia is the krateon styrigma, the great support that holds the soul together. But in our modern life, this support has totally collapsed. And this is where the teaching of George Gurdjieff meets the very mystery of Hestia. Gurdjieff famously stated that the man is a machine, and his greatest tragedy is that he is not one with himself. We think we have a permanent I, but we are actually a chaotic house full of unruly servants, and the master is nowhere to be found. One I decides to change his life at 8 o'clock in the morning. Another I is hungry at 2 o'clock and destroys everything the first I built, and so on. This is the psychological state of diaspasis, diaspora, the scattering. It is the exact opposite of Hestia. So, when the inner hearth is called, your attention is not directed, it is dragged. You are a puppet of your own external impressions, a comment on social media, a sudden fear, a passing desire. Each one comes and pulls the string, and you react. A person without Hestia in them does not decide, they oscillate. They call this freedom or spontaneity, but it is actually a mechanical life. It is the Dionysian fragmentation without the Hestian container. Most people do not have a center. They borrow one, and they borrow this elusive center from emotions, from opinions, from desires, from fears, from trends, from social media, from identities, and so on. And whatever happens to be the loudest becomes who they are for the moment. This has nothing to do with psychology. This is mechanical life. Apollo to Hestia, the undivided mind. This is why Apollo's clarity depends on Hestia's presence. We explored in a previous episode that Apollo is Aplus, the non-plural, the undivided. He represents the vision that sees the truth as one. But where does this vision stand? Hestia provides the place where the undivided mind can abide. Apollo reveals the light, but Hestia is the vessel for the flame. To find your inner Hestia is what Gurdjieff called self-remembering. It is the act of returning to that still point in the middle of the storm. It is the moment you stop being that I that is angry, and you become the center that observes the anger. You become the Hestia, the being that remains stable within the osis, the impulse that is pushing against you. And once you achieve that, you become the Osis. You must find the inner hearth before you can shape your outer world. You must light, so to speak, the candili of your own awareness, like the grandma, before the light of Apollo can illuminate your life. First the hearth, then the light, and then the fire. Hephaestus and Hestia, the two faces of fire. In the Greek tradition, fire is not a single element. It has two modes of existence, embodied in the relationship between Hephaestus and Hestia. And together they are the two complementary forces that sustain both the universe and the human soul. Hephaestus represents the fire that descends into matter. He's the divine craftsman, the god of the forge, the master of technology and transformation. So he's the fire that shapes. He moves, he strikes, he creates, he represents the world of the senses and the very intelligence of motion itself. Hestia, however, is the fire that centers. She's the stabilizing flame that remains at the core, providing the axis upon which Hephaestus can then work. While he forms the cosmos, she holds the cosmos. Think of a potter's wheel. Hephaestus is the hands of the potter, moving the clay, applying the pressure, and changing the shape. Hestia is the fixed vertical axis of the wheel. If the axis wobbles, the potter's work is totally destroyed. Without this still point of Hestia, the creative craft of Hephaestus becomes chaotic and destructive. In your own life, so to speak, Hephaestus is your ingenuity, your career, your creativity, your daily labor. But Hestia is your presence. So he is your doing and she is your being. If you are all about doing and no being, then you will burn out. You will be a craftsman with no home and a builder with no building foundations. So the ancients remind us that you can only shape the world effectively if you have a center that the world cannot shake. The final mystery, the threshold of the One. As we are finishing this video, we must understand this thing. The world moves because the center does not, but we must understand that Hestia is not the One. Across all the Greek tradition of the Pythagoreans and the Pythagorean harmonies, the Platonic dialogues, the Orphic hymns, we encounter a recurring truth. Hestia is the threshold. She is the first reflection of unity within the material world. The One, the monad, to en in Greek, lies beyond being, beyond motion and beyond the cosmos. And Hestia is the gateway. She's the anchor that mirrors the divine unity here in our lives. So she's not the source, she's the mirror of the source, not the One, but the bridge towards the One.
The Greek One versus Abrahamic creation. In Greek ontology, to en, the One, doesn't create from nothing. It doesn't leave a void, it overflows. It is an infinite emanation, a mathematical procession from the monad to the many and back. Think of it not as a craftsman making some kind of a tool, but as a neural network of light where the source remains still while its abundance generates the cosmos.
Only an unmoving center can generate true motion, and only a stable axis can remember that unity precedes it. So this is Hestia, the κρατεόν στήριγμα, the great support that gathers our scattered eyes and points them to the absolute. Episode 13, Dionysos, the god who breaks the boundaries of the self. Now that we have kind of understood the hearth, Hestia, we have to go deep. Hestia gives the world coherence. She gathers, she holds, she stabilizes. But there is another force in the Greek world, one that does not gather, but breaks open. One that does not stabilize, but dissolves, and his name is Dionysos. Where Hestia creates unity, Dionysos shatters it. And where Hestia gives form to the self, Dionysos tears that form apart. And here is the danger that the ancient world understood very, very well, with terrifying clarity. Dionysos does not free everyone. Without Hestia, without a center, his arrival does not lead to higher unity. It leads to madness. It leads to possession, to a fragmentation from which there is no return. Hestia is the condition that makes Dionysus survivable. She is the vessel and he is the wine. If the vessel is cracked or missing, the wine is totally lost and the soul is drowned. The next episode is Dionysus, the god of ecstasy, dissolution, and the most dangerous passage in the transformation of the self. Episode 13. Dionysus, the god who breaks the boundaries of the self. Ecstasy, dissolution, rebirth, and the returning to the One. You think you are one with yourself. You think you are a single solid identity walking through a world of objects. You are wrong. And what happens next depends on whether you are ready to see it or not. Most people see Dionysus as the god of wine and partying, a caricature of intoxication, but the ancient world knew a far more terrifying truth. Dionysus is the force that shatters the walls of the ego. He is not about getting drunk, he is about dissolution. Where Hestia gives you a center to stand on and Apollo gives you the light to see by, Dionysus brings the very expansion that destroys your limits. He is the eruption of the infinite into the narrow prison of your personality. He is ecstasis, not a feeling of joy, but a metaphysical act. To stand outside yourself. Modern psychology talks about finding yourself. Dionysus demands that you lose yourself. Because as Gurdjieff warned, the self that you are defending is nothing but a machine, a collection of scattered mechanical impulses. So Dionysian ecstasy is the very divine shock. It's the distraction of the mask so that the true face can appear. So today we're going to go beyond the vine and the frenzy, and we uncover the god of the twice born, the god who dismembers the soul only to lead it back to unity. The name of Dionysus, the piercing pulse of God. Etymology from the Etymologicum Magnum. The name Dionysus is not just a label, it is a cosmic formula. According to the dictionary Etymologicum Magnum, the ancient scholars saw layers of hidden meaning in his name that explain his function in our soul. We have Dios plus Nisos, which means the divine son, At its simplest, he is the son of Zeus. For those looking for parallels, the concept of the son of God who dies and is reborn was present in the Hellenic tradition centuries before. He is the offspring of the cosmic mind of Zeus entering the world of matter. Then we have Dios plus Nysa. Nysa is a mountain. It is a mountain of mystery. He is the god raised in Nysa, which is a mythical hidden place, but the mountain always represents initiation. To find Dionysus, one must leave the city of the ordinary thoughts and then travel to the mountain of the hidden self. Then we have the piercing impulse, which is Niso. And this is one of the most profound etymologies that link his name to the verb Niso, because it means to pierce or to prick. The Etymologicum Magnum tells us that he pierced the thigh of Zeus to be born. The meaning behind this is that Dionysus is the very divine sting. He's the shock that pierces our mechanical sleep. He's the impulse that forces the soul to move and change. And then another etymology is the dissolver, dialysos. It is linked to dialysis, the act of dissolving. So Dionysus is the god of dissolution. He is the one who breaks down what is rigid so that it can be born as something new. Dionysus is the one who becomes many and through whom the many return to the one. He is the break and the return. He is the scattering and the unity. Apollo and Dionysus, the paradox of the Delphic winter. The Greeks placed both Apollo and Dionysus at Delphi, and this was not a mistake, but a profound statement on the very nature of truth. For 9 months, Apollo ruled the sanctuary, representing the sun, clarity, and the very logic of the light, but during the 3 months of winter, Apollo departed, and Dionysus took his place. So this seasonal shift reveals that the soul cannot survive with light alone. It needs the winter of the soul. It needs the winter to be reborn. Apollo represents clarity, measure, and intellectual order. He is the force that divides to illuminate. He shows the world as form and the distinct boundaries that allow us to perceive reality as organized. Dionysus represents ecstasy, dissolution, and the primal life force. He is the force that is in pieces and unites those pieces to liberate. He shows the world as force, raw energy that flows beneath all forms. So together, they express 2 essential modes of truth. The truth that separates and is understanding the parts, and the truth that dissolves, experiencing the whole. So Apollo builds the temple of the human mind, but only Dionysus can break the shell of individuality to reveal what lies beyond the self. And as the physician Eriximachus notes in the Symposium, the goal of these divine impulses is to maintain υγεία, hygiene, the state of harmony. To have Apollo without Dionysus is to have a cold mechanical intellect. To have Dionysus without Apollo is to have total chaotic madness. But there is a deeper resonance here that we cannot ignore. When we look of Dionysus as the son of Zeus, the son of God, we see a pattern that predates the modern world by millennia. The image of a God-man, a son of the divine mind, who enters the density of matter, is sacrificed or dismembered for the sake of the world, and then rises again, is the very cornerstone of the Hellenic mystery. Centuries before the Star of Bethlehem, the Greeks were already celebrating Zagreus Dionysus, the god whose blood was the sacred vine and whose resurrection was the only path to the soul's salvation. He is the archetypical bridge between the human and the divine, showing us that for the soul to be truly saved or healed, it must first undergo Dionysian dissolution. But saving here is all about knowing thyself. And here is exactly where the path of Dionysus diverges from later traditions, where common religion shifted salvation to an external figure, a savior who will rescue you. Dionysus points his finger directly at you. The Orphic mystery tells us that we are all made of the very essence of the God who was torn apart. So the immortal heart is not something distant, it is buried under the very titanic ashes of our mechanical habits, our fears, and our false identities. Dionysus does not come to save you from your sins, he comes to wake you up to your divinity, and his message is a divine shock. You are the Dionysus that was scattered. You are the one who fell into the mirror of matter. So stop looking for a savior in the clouds, assemble your own pieces, and wake up. And this is the meaning of the second birth. It is the moment you stop being a machine reacting to the world and start being the very conscious center that remembers its origin. The Orphic Zagreus, the archetype of the scattered soul. The Greeks had many names for the Dionysian states. A few of them are Zagreus, the cosmic child, Lysios, the liberator, and Bacchus, the ecstatic. In the Orphic tradition, Zagreus is not just a deity, he is the first form of divinity to descend into becoming. And while the Curites and Apollo guard him, Hera sends the Titans to destroy him. They lure the divine child with sacred toys, a spinning top, golden apples, and the most dangerous of all, the mirror. When Zagreus looks into the mirror, he sees his own image and becomes absorbed by the reflection. And this is the metaphysical trap, the soul's fascination with the world of forms and appearance. At the moment of identification, the Titans attack, and Zagreus tries to escape through metamorphosis, becoming Zeus, Kronos, a serpent, and finally a bull, but they tear him apart into 7 pieces. The birth of humanity, titanic ash, and divine heart. So this is the most critical theological moment in Orphism. The divine unity is dismembered and becomes the multiplicity of the world. There's nothing evil here. It is thesis and antithesis. It is relation. We enter into the world of relation. So on one side we have the dismemberment, which is diaspasis, which is consciousness itself that is torn apart when it descends into matter. And from the other side we have the lightning of Zeus, who strikes the Titans with lightning, reducing them to ash. From the mixture of the Titans' ashes, which is symbolizing ignorance and separation, and the remnants of the god they devoured, humanity is born. This means that we are dual beings. We are made of the violence of the Titans and the essence of a god torn to pieces. The second birth, from fragmentation to theosis. The myth does not end in destruction. Athena saves the immortal heart of Zagreus, and Zagreus is then reborn as Dionysus. This resurrection is not a miracle, it is a metaphysical necessity. What is divine cannot remain scattered forever, it must return to unity. From fragmentation to a new unity. The real meaning: you are Dionysus. This is where the Dionysian path differs from every other religion, where others talk about a savior who will rescue you. Dionysus tells you, you are divine, you are part of the God who was scattered, so wake up. The very purpose of life is to go through the experience of life and along the way to recover the immortal heart that is buried under your titanic nature, your mechanical habits, your fears, and your thousand scattered eyes. So the goal is to gather your scattered pieces, and the method is to reintegrate the self. And the destination is theosis, the realization of the divine nature within. Dionysus is called Sotir, the savior, not because he carries your burden, but because he shows you the blueprint for your own resurrection. He is the path through fragmentation toward the restoration of the divine self. Ecstasy, the breaking open of the self, the metaphysics of divine velocity. After the dismemberment of Zagreus comes the central function of Dionysus, to reassemble what has been torn apart. But this cannot happen while the human being remains imprisoned inside the narrow boundaries of the mechanical ego. And this is why the Greeks called Dionysus the god of ecstasies. It is not a word for intoxication, it is a word for transformation. Ek plus stasis means to stand outside one's customary place. It is the act of stepping beyond the shell in which your consciousness has crystallized. The three levels of Dionysian awakening. The ecstasy of emotional release, the shaking of the cage, the loosening of the tightness that binds the soul, fear, shame, and the false self-image. You stop acting your personality and start feeling your existence. Then we have the ecstasy of identity dissolution. The boundaries between I and not I soften. So this is why Dionysus is the god of masks, not because we wear many identities, but because he proves that none of them are ultimate. Like the metamorphosis of Zagreus, the soul realizes it is not the mask, but the raw life force behind it. And then we have the ecstasy of union, which is enthusiasmos, how we say enthusiastic. This is the highest level. It is not frenzy, it's clarity through vastness. It is listening to the music of the cosmos, the way motion moves through the universe to create the cosmos. It carries a metaphysical, a technical metaphysical precision, the word enthusiasmos. What is this metaphysical precision? The word theos is not a static noun, it is an action, and it derives from two very powerful verbs. From the verb theo, which means to run with inconceivable, ungraspable speed, and the verb tithemi, which is to place something in order, to establish, to set something in action. So to be within God, to be enthusiastic, is to be synchronized with the infinite motion that sets the universe in order. It is to enter the flow of agathon. And while modern translations simplify this as the good, as if it were like a mere moral category, its deeper etymology reveals it as the aganthein, that which moves faster than anything else. It is pure energy connecting everything together at lightning speed. So Dionysian ecstasy is the moment your consciousness stops being a stagnant pond and becomes part of this aganthein. It is the absolute speed of the spirit that creates a perfect, unmoving stillness. So ecstasy is not an escape, it is not parting, it is recollection. It is the regathering of the scattered pieces of your own consciousness into the order, the verb tithemi, of the divine velocity, the verb theo. Through this divine madness, the soul remembers that it is not a fragment, but a participant into the supreme motion of reality. We often see Dionysus holding a cluster of grapes and a cup of wine. To the uninitiated, this is a symbol of drunkenness. But to the initiated mind, this is the symbol of methexis. The word for intoxication is methi, and it shares the same root with methexis, which means participation. So to drink the wine of Dionysus is to participate in the here and now. It is to achieve cosmic consciousness, to be an absolutely conscious human being who no longer stands apart from existence, but within its flow. The two madnesses, the sanity of the soul. And this brings us to the most misunderstood concept in Greek philosophy, which is mania, mania. In our modern clinical world, mania is labeled as a disease, but we must return to the ancient root. The word comes from the verb mao, which means to strive something intensively, to rush forward, to desire with great force. It is the kinetic energy of the soul. And from the same root we get music, manthano, mandia, mnimi, memory. It is all this process of someone who is not lost in their mind. They are someone who is striving to go into the depth of the soul and learn their own selves. It's the process that Carl Jung went through. The four divine manias, the gate to health. In Phaedrus, Socrates identifies four forms of divine madness that are gifts that lead the soul to υγεία, to health, and philia, to friendship with the gods, which means the cosmos. So we have mandiki, which is under Apollo, telestiki, which is under Dionysus, ποιητική, poetic, which is under the Muses, and erotic, which is under Aphrodite and Eros. Dionysian madness is telestiki. It is the mania of the rites, and its purpose is healing. It is the grand psychological workshop. It is what the physician Eriximachos explains in Plato's Symposium. The goal of all of this is to restore the healthy part of the soul that leads us back to the divine. So, to put it simple, human madness fragments the self further into the titanic ashes. It is chaos without direction. Divine madness dissolves the false self so that the soul can learn, manthano, the verb, its true nature. It is the intense desire to move at the speed of Agathon. To the machine man, this looks like madness. So it's like, what is he talking about? To the initiate, it is the only true sanity. It is the moment you stop being a fragmented fragment and start becoming, aligning with the divine velocity. The sacred collapse from hubris to rebirth. You must understand that Dionysus works in two different distinct phases. The phase of distraction, which is hybris, and this is the psychological collapse. It is the bad tension where the wiring of the mechanical self burns out, and to the outside world, this looks like a breakdown. To Dionysus, it is a breakthrough. It is the shell of the ego that it is so rigid that it cannot be tuned. It must be shattered. And this is the god Zagreus being torn apart by the Titans. Think of it in psychological terms. Then we have the phase of integration. Once the old self, the old identity is dissolved, the raw energy can be then rechanneled. And this is the composer picking up the fragments and stringing a new song. The intensity remains there, but it is directed differently. Think of the energy within you like the string of a lyre. In the first phase, the string is out of tune, tightened, without order. It vibrates chaotically, creating noise and snapping under the pressure of wrong wiring. But the more you understand your instrument, the more you understand the divine pressure of the composer. That same anxiety becomes the antivaccine of Heraclitus, the agonizing yet precise approach towards the truth. The energy does not break you, it plays through you. You are no longer the noise at that point, you are the music. Dionysus and Hestia, the dissolution of the center. In a previous video, we found Hestia, the unmoving heart, the stable axis that allows form to exist. But a center that never expands becomes a prison. Once the center is found, it must be transcended. Hestia gathers, Dionysus scatters. Hestia stabilizes, and Dionysus liberates. Hestia gives the soul an anchor, and Dionysus breaks the anchor so the soul can discover the ocean. They are not opposites, but stages of the same path. Hestia prepares the vessel, and Dionysus pours infinity into it. Without Hestia, Dionysus becomes chaos. Without Dionysus, Hestia becomes stagnation. So together, they reveal the full arc. Find the center, stabilize the mind, open the boundaries, and let the self expand toward unity. Dionysus is the only god called the twice-born child, first as Zagreus into the cosmos, and second as Dionysus into humanity, carrying the resurrected heart of the first god. And this is the very blueprint of the human soul. We too are called to be born twice. The first birth into the body, into multiplicity, and into forgetting, which is the titanic state, and then the second birth into remembrance and unity, and this is the Dionysian state. In Gurdjieff's terms, we are born as machines with fragmented eyes. A permanent center of consciousness is not an automatic birthright. It is something one must create by gathering these fragments through conscious labor. And this is the Dionysian theosis. It is an ontological restoration where you realize you carry the immortal heart of the god within the titanic ashes of your mechanical habits. The final mystery, Dionysus as the pulse of the one, unity overflow, and the divine rhythm. There is a truth about Dionysus in the ancient world that is guarded with a lot of care. He is the god in whom the one becomes many and the many return to one, as I said in the very beginning of the video. In Neoplatonic physics, the one does not decide to create, it overflows. This ecstatic expansion of unity into multiplicity is the root of all life, and Dionysus is the symbol of this overflow. Where Hestia is the center, Dionysus is the pulse that radiates from that center into the living field of the world. But what overflows must return. Just as the one pours into creation, creation must rise back into unity. This is why Dionysus is the god of ecstatic ascent. His rites of dissolution are not distraction, they are preparation. To reach true unity, the false unity, the ego, the mask, the conditioned I, must be broken. Through this breaking open of identity, the soul returns to its source. Gurdjieff's ray of creation mirrors this. Consciousness descends into multiplicity, becomes trapped into matter, and must struggle upward again. Dionysus embodies this. He embodies this vertical movement, the descent into fragmentation and the return to the source. He shatters the self so that the self with a capital S may appear. The many faces of Dionysus, the map of the soul. Dionysus is the god, as we said, with the most epithets in the Greek pantheon, and this is not an accident. While Hestia is the absolute stillness of the center, Dionysus is the sheer variety of life, the multiplicity of nature, and the shifting levels of human consciousness. We are all Dionysus. If Dionysus is the god who is shattered into the many, the Zagreus who becomes the all, the multiplicity, then his names must reflect every facet of our existence. And the ancient Greeks did not need modern clinical psychology. They had already mapped the human condition with terrifying precision. They mapped depression as the diaspasis, dismemberment. They mapped anxiety as the niso, the divine sting. They mapped inspiration as enthusiasmos, the divine within. And they mapped self-knowledge as a second birth. This was not a civilization that did not fear the darkness or the madness. Instead of locking it in asylums, they turned it into ritual. They told you, do not fear that you feel broken into pieces. This is the face of Zagreus. Work, stay present, and Lysios, the liberator, will come. The iceberg, Dionysus and Hades. All these Dionysian phases, the joy, the madness, the creation occur within a specific field, and that field is Hades. To the ancient, Hades was not a place of punishment. He was Aedes, the invisible foundation of existence. He is also called Pluton, meaning wealth. Think of your soul as an iceberg. Dionysus is the 10% above the water, the movement, the explosions, the phases that others see. Hades is the 90% beneath the surface, the root, the wealth of experiences, archetypes, and memory. And this is why Heraclitus dropped this metaphysical bomb. He said, Hades and Dionysus are the same person, for whose sake they go mad and celebrate at the wine presses. If you do not go deep inside yourself to examine every fragment, to look at yourself eye to eye beyond the masks, you will never reach the lysis, which is the solution, the release. If you refuse to control the underwater part of your iceberg, you become like the story of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. By denying the Hades within you, your repressed shadows, your raw truths, you then allow Mr. Hyde to grow in the dark, and eventually he becomes so powerful that he consumes the doctor. If these rites were for common pleasure, they would be shameless. But they are for Dionysus, who is also Hades. What's the meaning behind it? In the wine press, the grape must die, this is Hades, to release the spirit of the wine, which is Dionysus. If you don't face your inner Hades, your Dionysian energy will not be a divine ecstasy, but a monstrous breakdown. The journey of Dionysus is a blueprint for the transformation of human essence. And to understand it, we must look at the wine press, not as a tool of agriculture, but as a laboratory of the soul. The grape is the surface and the masks. The grape represents the human being imprisoned by form, prejudice, and the superficial ego. It is the body and the personality that believes itself to be something solid and autonomous. It is beautiful, but it's a shell. The pressing is Hades. It is death of form. It is, remember Hades, idin, it means what is not seen. So what is not seen in your own subconscious. So to release the juice, the grape must be crushed. This is the passage through Hades. The masks shatter, the security of the form is lost, and the superficial self is totally destroyed. This is the descent into the invisible depth. This is the shadow work, where the old self dies, so the essence can start breathing again. And the spirit of the wine, it's the true life. What remains after the crushing is not nothingness, but the enos, the wine, the spirit. Dionysus is the essence liberated only because the form had the courage to die in the hands of Hades. And this crushing is only the beginning. Once the form is destroyed, the juice enters the darkness of the vat. And this is where the real transformation happens, because this is where fermentation happens. This is what leads to the state of methi, which is intoxication, but its deeper initiatory sense is methixis, participation, as we said. So the mixing, the individual juice of each grape loses its boundaries and merges with the whole. You are no longer a single isolated grape. You are the very flow. The fermentation, this is the boiling of the soul. It is a slow, quiet, and often painful process that happens in the dark. It is the transition from a weird, sugary, superficial fluid to a potent, spirit-filled wine. Good wine takes time, and this is the internal labor. Fermentation cannot be crushed. It requires the stillness of the cellar, which is the stillness of Hades. If you refuse the press, you remain a grape destined to wither and rot in your own isolation. If you embrace the press and the slow fermentation of the soul, you become Dionysus, you become the music, you become the flow, you become the divine velocity. We have reached the end of the Dionysian path, but we have only just stood at the threshold of the vat. When the self breaks open, where does it fall? It falls into the invisible realm. To understand why the wine of Dionysus is so potent, we must now descend into the cellar of the soul. We must meet the host of the hidden world, the one who holds the keys to the wealth that is literally buried beneath our feet. So the next episode is Hades, the god of depth, invisibility, and the foundation of the soul. Imagine this. You are sitting on some warm rocks by the Aegean Sea. You have sun hitting your shoulders, sipping your cold coffee, your freddo cappuccino. Everything is calm, bright, and familiar. You stand up, you take a deep breath, and dive into the blue waters of Poseidon. But the deeper you swim, the darker it becomes. The water thickens, the light dissolves, and before you know it, you're no longer in the sea. You're somewhere else, somewhere very ancient, somewhere silent, because the waters of Poseidon, when they grow deep enough, they stop being sea and start becoming Hades. Most people imagine Hades as the ruler of a gloomy underworld, a shadowy figure that is ruling over punishment and darkness. But the ancient Greeks never saw him this way. Hades is not a villain, he's not a tormentor, he's not even the god of death. Hades is the god of depth, the invisible foundation beneath all things. He's the keeper of memory, the guardian of identity, the very force that reveals what remains when illusion collapses. So today we descend into the mystery of Hades, the god who holds the root of the soul. The name of Hades, the power of the unseen. The name Hades comes from A-idin, the unseen, the one who cannot be seen. And this is not because he hides, it is because his domain cannot be perceived by the ordinary human eye. Ancient mythology distinguishes between Hades, the invisible depth, and Pluto, the giver of wealth, the flourishing of the hidden root. These are not two gods, they are two faces of the same reality. Hades is the unseen cause, and Pluto is the visible effect, depth and abundance, shadow and fertility, silence and renewal. Everything that grows comes from what cannot be seen. The metaphysics of nature, physis, and the hidden root. To understand this, we must look at the Greek word for nature, which is physis. In the West, we think of nature as the outdoors, but the ancient etymology reveals a deeper cosmic process. Physis comes from the verb phio, which means to bring forth, to grow, to sprout. It describes the movement of life emerging from the depths into the light. But for something to emerge, it must first have a source that is hidden. And this is why the philosopher Heraclitus famously said, "Physis crypteste phili." Nature loves to hide. Why does nature love to hide? Because the physis, the invisible growth, is entirely dependent on the Hades, the invisible depth. The word phio also carries the ancient connotation of growth within a moist, generative environment, a cosmic womb. This is the point where the waters of Poseidon meet the stillness of Hades. Hades is the hiddenness that allows emergence to happen. He is the dark, rich soil. He is the silent pressure that forces the seed to crack and life to arise. Without the concealment of Hades, there can be no revelation of nature. Hades is nature before it becomes visible. He is the unmanifested potential, the physics of the soul, the root that must remain in the dark so the flower can survive in the sun. The perfect sophist, Hades as the teacher of souls. However, there is a common fear of this hidden realm. In Plato's Cratylus, Socrates addresses this fear directly. People dread Hades because they believe he binds the soul in a dark place forever. But Socrates reveals a beautiful truth. The strongest bond is not necessity, it is desire. Hades does not keep the souls by force. He binds them with the most powerful desire of all, the desire to become better through the company of a master. Socrates calls Hades a perfect sophist and a great benefactor. He's a philosopher god who refuses to associate with humans while they are still trapped in their physical bodies and distracted by their material urges. He only welcomes the soul when it is pure, stripped of all the noise of living, of the flesh. The dual power of the A, from invisibility to infinite wealth. Here's where the mystery goes even deeper, the linguistic secret of the name Hades. In the Greek language, the prefix alpha has a dual nature. First, it acts as the privative alpha, alpha stereotiko in Greek. It denotes what is not seen, aidin. This is the Hades with fear, the void, the darkness, the invisible. But it also acts as the collective alpha, alpha athristiko. And in this sense, it doesn't mean not, but together or total. It links to idene, which is to know perfectly. When the alpha shifts from privative to collective, Hades is not longer the god of not seeing. He becomes the god of total knowledge. He is the one who sees and knows all things, panda ta kala, as Socrates says, simultaneously. And here is the final revelation. When the human mind cannot handle the intensity of this total knowledge, when the light of truth is so bright it becomes blinding, it is the privative A that is taking over. The infinite knowledge becomes invisible to the mortal eye. And this is the exact moment where Hades transforms into Pluto, or Pluto transforming to Hades. The invisibility is not an absence of light, it is an abundance of truth so vast that it can only be stored in depths. He is the Pluto, the wealthy one, because he holds the sum of all things known and unknown. He is the guardian of the truth that the soul has been searching for its entire life. Death is not an end, it is a change of state. It is the transition from the limited observation of the flesh to the absolute clarity of the spirit. So in this sense, Hades is the greatest universal university. When you enter his realm, you don't stay because you have to. You stay because for the first time you have found the teacher who can show you the essence of your own being. You're no longer a student of the shadows, you're a student of the root itself. The host of many, Hades, and the hospitality of the soul. Contrary to the modern image of something isolated, a dark deity, ancient Greeks addressed Hades with titles like Polydectes, the one who receives many, and Polyxenos, the host of many guests. What's the idea behind it? Hades is the ultimate host. In the end, all paths lead to him. And this is not a threat, it is a cosmic democracy. Wealth, titles, social status, and the masks we wear in the world of the sun are stripped away. And what remains is the naked soul. His domain is the space of absolute equality. He does not judge you based on what you had, but on what you are. By receiving everyone without exception, Hades acts as the great stabilizer of the universe, the one who provides the final hospitality to the essence of our being after the journey of life is complete. The three realms revisited: Zeus, Poseidon, Hades. To understand Hades, we must return to the ancient triad. We have Zeus, the realm of mind, of clarity, and the intelligible light. We have Poseidon, the realm of becoming, of emotion, of incarnation, and Hades, the realm of depth, of identity, of memory, and transformation. Poseidon governs what moves within you, waves of emotion, storms of desire, currents of instinct. Hades governs what does not move, the bedrock beneath the psyche, the deep unconscious, what Jung called the objective psyche, the landscape of shadow and truth. Where Poseidon is water, Hades is stone. Where Poseidon is motion, Hades is stillness. Where Poseidon contains the story of your life, Hades contains the truth beneath them. The bident, the two directions of descent. The bident of Hades, not simply Poseidon's trident minus one prong. It encodes the essence of transformation. The 2 points represent the descent, where the soul entering its own depth, confronting what lies beneath, and the ascent, the soul rising after facing its truth. Every spiritual path requires both. Every myth of transformation contains both. Every human being experiences both. Poseidon governs the 3 layers of embodied experience. Hades governs the movement through depth, unmasking and remaking, dissolution and reformation, death and renewal. The bident is the map of the soul's journey. Hades as the god of memory and truth, mnemosini, lethe, and the deep mechanics of the soul. In the underworld, there are 2 rivers, the river of mnemosini, memory of truth, and lethe, which is forgetting. These are not places, these are states of consciousness. Hades presides over the crossroads where the soul must choose whether to remember what it truly is or to fall again into forgetfulness. Hades is the keeper of deep impressions, root memories, the patterns that shape a lifetime. And this is the realm where psychological shadow, unintegrated material, forgotten pain, buried truth, and the soul's authentic identity all live. Hades is the memory that survives death, the memory that cannot be erased, the memory that defines the very transformation. The myth of Persephone, descent as an initiation. The abduction of Persephone is the most misunderstood Greek myth. We don't have a crime scene here. It's not a violation. It's not even something romantic. It is initiation. Persephone represents the soul in innocence, the potential for depth, the unawakened seed. And Hades represents the hidden truth, the foundation of identity, and the transformative root of being. Persephone's her abduction is the moment the soul descends from surface to depth, from appearance to essence, from naivety to wisdom. Demeter's search for Persephone is consciousness seeking its lost depth. Persephone's return is the renewal of life and identity, and her time below is the soul's hidden life and hidden potential, in the realm of truth. So this myth is the metaphysics of growth itself. The psychology of descent, shadow, and the root of the self. Psychologically, Hades represents the moment you confront the fear you avoid, the shame you bury, the truth you resist, the memories you repress, the identity beneath all masks. Poseidon is your emotional turbulence. Hades is the stillness beneath the waves. You cannot heal what you refuse to see. You cannot transform what you refuse to face. And you cannot ascend without descending first. And this is why every mystery tradition contains some kind of a symbolic journey to the underground. Because the root of the soul lies in darkness, not as something evil, but as origin. Hades almost never appears in myth, and this is not some kind of weird absence, it is a doctrine. Depth cannot rise to the surface, truth cannot participate in distraction, and roots cannot become branches. Hades is invisible because the deepest causes are always invisible. He wears the kine, the helmet of invisibility, because what is unseen rules what is seen. The world is shaped from beneath. Pluto, the hidden source of all wealth. The Greeks also called him Pluto, the giver of wealth. Why? Because everything fertile, everything abundant, everything that grows begins in the unseen. Seeds in darkness, roots underground, minerals hidden in stone, renewal in the hidden places, death and wealth. Death and wealth are two phases of the same process, transformation emerging from depth. The Greeks didn't have hell. They didn't believe in hell. Hades is not punishment. Hades is reorientation. The soul enters a domain where it sees what it has done, understands what it has become, and perceives what it must become next. So this is the metaphysical pause between incarnations, the still point where the soul regains its shape. Hades is not the end, he's the turning point. So depth is not darkness, depth is origin. Hades is the invisible foundation of existence, the keeper of memory, the stillness beneath all change, the truth beneath all illusion, the root that supports the world, the inner ground of the soul. So depth is not darkness, depth is origin. Hades is the invisible foundation of existence, the keeper of memory, the stillness beneath of all change. He is not the god of death, he is the god of what lies beneath. He is the root of being, the foundation of identity, and the keeper of truth. As the dark soil of the cosmos, he embodies the eternal law of Heraclitus. Physis crypteste phili. Nature loves to hide, because only what is hidden can remain pure. Only the unseen root can sustain the visible tree. Without Hades, nothing could stand and nothing could grow. So, to descend into Poseidon is to enter emotion. To descend into Dionysus is to enter dissolution. But to descend into Hades is to enter truth. Next episode, Hermes Psychopompos, the guide of the soul between worlds. But for the time being, we have reached the deepest point of the cosmos, the root of the soul, and the very invisible foundation of the world. Episode 15, Hermes Psychopompos, the architect of consciousness and the guide through the bardo, the weaver of meaning, the lord of translation, and the movement of the living logos. Imagine you are standing at the edge of a vast silent ocean, and behind you the world you knew is fading away, and in front of you you have a depth so absolutely that it feels like blindness. You are at the final border. And in this moment, you don't need a messenger, you don't need a trickster, you need a guide. Ancient traditions warn us that the greatest danger after death is not punishment, it is fragmentation. It is the risk of the soul shattering into 1,000 pieces of forgotten memories and unintegrated fears. But there is one force in the cosmos that holds the universal license to walk through this darkness and keep the thread of your identity unbroken. And he is Hermes Psychopompos. He is the only one who can enter the University of Hades and return to the light of Zeus. And today we reveal the hidden side of Hermes, the architect of consciousness who ensures that your death is not disappearance, nor a fragmentation, but a translation. Hermes, from the verb ero, the art of joining, the living logic. As we said in the episode of Hermes, Hermes is the god of connection. And logos, it is the maths of motion, is the speech, is the connection, it is the act of joining mind to world, thought to form, and ultimately mortal to divine. When we die, the physical threads of our existence are cut. Hermes, as the Psychopompos, ensures that the thread of meaning remains unbroken. He is the Eremis, the inventor of the joining that makes the universe intelligible even when the body falls away. The Sadduceus, the alchemy of universal balance and DNA. The staff Hermes carries, the Sadduceus, the Kyrikion, is the metaphysical blueprint of this connection. The myth tells us that Hermes saw two serpents fighting in a deadly struggle, and he placed his staff between them, and they immediately ceased their strife. Entwining around the rod in eternal harmony. So the two serpents represent the primordial dualities, male and female, binding and liberation, ascent and descent. And the rod is the axis mundi, the bridge connecting the above, Zeus, with the below, Hades. And the wings are the transcendence of the air, of spirit. And this pattern is not just mythic, it is biological, and it is energetic. It is the very DNA helix, the code of life itself. It is the structure of the chakras, the psychic centers through which energy flows. Hermes is the architect of the very matrix of consciousness. Pan, the double nature of the Logos in the afterlife. In our previous analysis, we saw that from Hermes we have Pan, and Pan is the twofold nature of the Logos. In Pan, we see the true face of the Logos after death. So we have the upper half, which is smooth, divine, and luminous, and this is the divine Logos, where we have clarity, truth, and the higher mind, and the lower half, which is godlike and tragic, and this is the deceptive Logos, the illusion, the chaos, and raw emotion. When the soul leaves the body, it encounters Pan in the most visceral way. If it has lived without the guidance of Hermes, without understanding the joining, the eating of things, it experiences panic. Panic is the shock of confronting reality without the translator of the Logos. As the Psychopompos, Hermes is the one who helps the soul navigate this shock. But for the soul that has woven its consciousness with truth, the transition is not a panic, but an entry into the divine half of Pan. Syneidesis, the sum of what we have seen. The Psychopompos guides us according to our syneidesis, what we call consciousness. But to understand the word, we must look at the Greek prefix syn. Even if you don't speak Greek, you live with this prefix every day. Think of words like synthesis, placing things together to create a whole, or syntax, arranging words together to create meaning, synesthesia, feeling senses together, synonym, names that share the same meaning. Syn means together with, or the totality of something. It is the collective force that we saw in the name of Hades with the alpha athistiko. When you combine syn with eidesis from ida, which means to have seen and understood, we get syneidesis. So consciousness is the total syn. It is the act of holding all the fragments of your life together in one gaze. As the Psychopompos, Hermes is the master of this universal syntax. He shows us that what you face after death is the sum of your connections. If your life was a series of disconnected fragments, this transition feels like chaos. But if you have achieved synthesis and syneidesis, if you have woven your experiences into a coherent truth, then Hermes can guide you with clarity. He is the one, so to speak, who presents your transcript into the University of Hades. He does not judge. It is your own level of syneidesis that determines your path. As Heraclitus said, ethos, anthropo, daemon. Your character, the way you have synthesized your soul, is your only destiny. The bardo and the art of interpretation. This brings us to a crucial parallel with the bardo, the Tibetan Book of the Dead, and also the mysterious Orphic gold tablets. In the bardo, this intermediate state, the soul is bombarded with visions, and the Tibetans teach that all of these monsters or deities are not external entities. They are reflections of your own mind, your own syneidesis. So this is the ultimate hermeneutic challenge. Hermes, the god of interpretation, is the one who comes and whispers to the soul, do not fear the monsters. They are your own unintegrated thoughts. Do not be seduced by the illusions, they are your own desires. So he's the clear light that helps you translate this chaotic imagery of the bardo back into the language of the spirit. The Greeks created physical tools for this transaction, the Orphic gold tablets. These were thin gold leaves placed in the hands or the mouths of the dead, and they were kind of like instructions, manuals for the soul, and they contained precise instructions, a script to be recited when facing the guardians of the underworld. One of the most famous instructions warns the soul. You will find a spring on the left of the house of Hades, and next to it a white cypress. Do not approach this spring, because this is the spring of forgetfulness, of Lethe. You will find another one, with cold water flowing from the lake of memory, Mnemosyne. Guards stand before it. Tell them, I am a child of the earth and the starry heaven, but my race is heavenly. So this is Hermes' final lesson in the syntax. To survive the bardo, the soul must remember its heavenly origin and choose memory over forgetfulness. Hermes is the one who ensures you don't drink from the wrong spring. He is the one who reminds you that your identity is not your earthly story, but your celestial essence. And this is why Socrates makes a statement that has echoed throughout the centuries, that philosophy is the practice of death. To the uninitiated, this sounds totally grim, but in the light of Hermes, it is the most liberating truth of all. If the transition through the bardo is an encounter with your own synthesis, your total seeing, then your whole life is a rehearsal for that moment. Every time you choose awareness over distraction, every time you choose irene, peace, connection over polemos, war, fragmentation, you are practicing the syntax of the soul. Soul. The depth of your consciousness at the moment of death determines the analogy of what you will perceive on the other side. If you haven't seen the truth while alive, the light of the bardo will be blinding and terrifying. If you have practiced the logos, the transaction is a recognition. You don't see something new when you die. You see the essence of what you have already understood. Your character is not just your fate on earth, it is your very vision in the afterlife. The cosmic architecture, the Symphony of the Gods. We have reached the limit of the guide's office, and Hermes has handed us the golden passport. He has explained the syntax of the soul, and he has prepared us for the ultimate university. And before we go to the last episode of this series, the final vision of the myth of air, we must look back at the forces that have shaped our journey. We have not just been studying myths here, we have been mapping the architecture of the soul. Each god represents a specific frequency, a necessary function of the living cosmos. We have Zeus, the mind, the expansive sky, the intelligible light, and the principle of order of the cosmos. We have Hera, the principle of form and the sacred boundaries that allow life to manifest. We have Poseidon, the realm of emotion, the turbulent waters of becoming, and the currents of the unconscious. We have Hades, the depth, the invisible root, and the great university where the truth is stored. We have Hermes, the connection, the logos, the weaver of meaning who guides us between worlds. We have Athena, the strategic wisdom, the crystal clarity of the mind. We have Apollo, the harmony, the tuning of the soul, and the light of truth. We have Artemis, the integrity, the wide, untouched nature, and the internal sovereignty of the self. We have Aphrodite, the magnetic force of attraction, and the harmony that makes the world beautiful and lovable. We have Ares, the dynamic energy, the force of becoming through struggle, and the protection of the vital spark. We have Hephaestus, the divine craftsman, the internal fire that transforms raw matter into art. We have Hestia, the stillness of the center, the sacred hearth that holds the essence of the self steady. And then we have Dionysus, the life force itself, the divine madness that breaks the ego to reveal the eternal spirit. The integration from the pantheon to the one. As we have seen, the gods are not outside of us, they are the internal syntax of our being. And this is why, as we said, Socrates said that philosophy is the practice of death, because it is the art of balancing all these forces while we are alive, so that when we stand before the spindle of necessity, we are not strangers to our souls. If you have understood the mind of Zeus, the depth of Hades, the connection of Hermes, you have built a golden body that can withstand the transition, and you have achieved synthesis, the synthesis of all these divine frequencies. The final vision, the myth of air. Now we're kind of ready. We have the map, we have the guide, we have the instructions of the Orphic Tablets. We leave the world of individual gods and enter the great machine. We are going to follow the soldier Air, who died on the battlefield, and instead of drinking from the spring of forgetfulness, he was allowed to watch the entire process of the soul's judgment, the cosmic motion of the spheres, and the terrifying responsibility of choosing a new life. The myth of air is from Plato's Republic, at the very end of Plato's Republic. And this is where we're going to close the circle. We move from Hermes the Psychopompos to the vision itself. And next episode is going to be the grand finale, the spindle of necessity, the choice of the soul, and the great return. The myth of fear, the geometry of the soul. Most people live their lives as if they are the authors of their fate, yet they wonder why they keep falling into the same traps, the same suffering, and the same dead ends. What if I told you that the most critical decision of your existence has already been made, in a place that you have forgotten, through a mechanism that you don't yet understand? Plato's myth of fear is not a fairy tale. It is the oldest and most sophisticated account of the near-death experience in human history. It is a technical manual for the event horizon of the soul, the threshold of the invisible. Plato chooses to seal his monumental work, the Republic Politia, not with a dry academic epilogue, but with a myth of profound biological and spiritual significance. Having demonstrated throughout the Republic that justice is the natural health of the soul in this life, he now turns his gaze toward the eternal. We began this series of videos about the Greek gods and Greek mythology, a journey deep into the tunnels of the human soul, and we decoded the monsters, the Medusa and the Hydra, realizing that they aren't ancient beasts, but the fragmented states of our own consciousness when it falls into fear and rage. And then we started aligning ourselves with the Olympian frequencies, the order of Zeus, the structure of Hera, the strategic brilliance of Athena and her wisdom. We experienced the ecstasy of Dionysus, where logic melts, only to find our footing in the most critical anchors. Hades, the invisible root of our own existence, and Hermes, the very architect of our consciousness, who led us safely to the very edge of the bardo. But now, the hand of Hermes Psychopompos lets us go. At the threshold of anangi, which means necessity. And there, our soul stands alone. There's no guide anymore. But we need a witness, someone who crossed the event horizon and returned to reveal what happens when the ego dissolves and the cosmic machinery begins to turn. Socrates offers us this witness. Ear, the son of Armenius. Ear is not a mystic or a philosopher. He is a common soldier. He is a man of action. He falls into battle and appears dead for 12 days. And just before the funeral fire is about to be lit, Ear awakens and he returns to life, not just to survive, but to report, to tell us a story. Here we realize one thing, that death is not an end, it is a displacement of motion. The soul, as a self-moving entity, leaves the vessel of the body and enters a new form of geometry. And in this realm, judgment is not a punishment handed down by some vengeful deity. It is the natural classification of your soul's quality. You are not sent to face your fate. You are magnetically drawn to the very frequency you have cultivated. The judgment and ontological descent. Ear's narrative begins in a demonios topos, which means a supernatural threshold place. And there the soul stands face to face with its deeds. And the judges, after delivering their verdict, command the just to proceed to the right and upwards through the heavens, while the unjust are sent to the left and downwards. When Ear's turn came, the judges ordered him to observe everything unfolding before him, so that he might serve as a messenger to humanity, as a witness. Everything transpires with mathematical tenfold precision. Reward and retribution last for 1,000 years, which is equivalent to 10 human lifespans of 100 years each. And Ear observes the souls camping in a meadow as if it was a festival, kind of. Those arriving from Earth, they are dusty and dry as a bone, weep as they recount all their sufferings that they went through, while those descending from the heavens, they are pure and glowing, and they're speaking of a beauty beyond words. However, there is a category of souls that the very opening of
this exit refuses to accept. And these are the incurable, the aniati in Greek. When the tyrant Ardeus attempted to come out, the opening let out an unearthly lowing sound that was blocking the way. And here philosophy meets cosmology. Ardeus is the soul that has completely lost Hermes, the Logos, and its depth, its connection with Hades. And he has become so heterokinetic that is moved by external passions rather than internal reason, that the system can no longer even recycle him. And then entities bind him and drag him over the aspalathus, which are thorns that shred the very essence of the soul before casting him forever into Tartarus. The ancient Greek tar generates words that are related to tarato, tarasso, thrato, which means to shatter, to break, thripto, which means to crumble into pieces, tarachi, turmoil, taraxias, troublemaker, trachis, wrath, tarantas, which is troubled, sea. Tartarus is total cosmic entropy. It is the point where information decomposes. So Ardeus is not merely being punished here. He ceases to be even a part of the great year of the Megas Eniαυτός. His motion becomes chaotic and aimless. It is a static anomaly within the universal harmony. And he serves as the ultimate cautionary example for every soul that is preparing to choose its next incarnation. The spindle of necessity, the mechanics of the all. After 7 days in the field, the souls depart for the next phase, and here Ear describes a pillar of light that is connected to the celestial revolution, and from the ends of this light hangs the spindle of necessity, the spindle of anangi. What is anangi? Etymologically, the word is linked to ancho, which means to be squeezed, to constrict something. It is the law that maintains cosmic cohesion, the force that prevents chaos from dissolving form. The spindle has a hollow spiral within which 7 other loops are nested, and it's a perfect representation of the planetary spheres rotating at different speeds, yet sharing a common internal harmony. Upon each circle sits a siren, and each emits a single sound, a single note, and from that synthesis of the 8 sounds, the harmony of the spheres is produced. And this is the key here. The universe is not mute, it is motion, it is a living musical organism. For a soul to return or reincarnate, it must tune itself to this frequency. Around the spindle, seated on white thrones, are the 3 daughters of necessity, who are the Mire, the Fates. We have Lachesis from Lanthano, which means to obtain by lot, and she represents the past and the possibilities already granted to us. We have Clotho, which means to spin. She weaves the present, the moment of action. And Atropos from Alpha plus Trepo, it means the unturnable, the irrevocable future, the consequences that cannot be avoided.
The Fates sing in unison with the Sirens, weaving time into space, and here Ear observes something, that the souls are not passive recipients, they must present themselves before Lachesis. And an intermediary of the Logos appears and gives and scatters all the lots. No divinity shall cast lots to you, but you shall choose your own destiny. Atia elomenou theos anetios, which means the blame lies with the chooser. God is blameless. Responsibility lies to the one who chooses. God, or necessity, and the universe bear no responsibility for the quality of the life you will select. Proeresis, the choice of lives. This is where the most dramatic part of Ear's testimony begins, because souls are not merely called to endure their fate, but to compose it. It is made perfectly clear that virtue has no master. If you honor it, it shall be yours. If you neglect it, then you will have to bear the consequences. At that moment, every kind of life is spread before them. Tyrannies that are ending in ruin, riches that are leading to isolation, but also lives of animals, of eagles, lions, of absolutely everything. And Ear observes something profound. Most souls choose based on their unfulfilled desires and their complexes, based on their previous lives. Their choice is not actually free. It is a reaction to the past. The unphilosophical souls chose lives that seemed interesting to them without calculating the misery hidden within, while those who had been tested by hardship in the previous lives chose more and more carefully, refusing to be deceived. Socrates intervenes here to give us the philosophical key. This is the moment of maximum danger. If a person has not cultivated their consciousness, that is Hermes, for example, and has not known his depth, Hades, and has not seen their masks, Dionysus, and has lived an unexamined life, they will be blinded by the surface of things and choose a life only to realize later in horror that the life they chose hides utter misery. And then the soul of Odysseus appears. Odysseus is the last to choose. His soul, having been healed of ambition through countless pains and having translated every experience into knowledge, searches for a very long time. He takes his time. He does not seek anything. He seeks a life that everyone else had discarded, the life of a quiet man who minds his own business. A simple man that is far from the noise of anything, of the noise of power, of impressions, of illusions, of vanity, of everything. And upon finding it, he says, I would have made the same choice over and over again, even if I had been drawn first to choose. To understand why Odysseus makes this choice, we must remember who he is. His name, according to etymology, is linked to the verb odysome, which means he who causes outrage, but also he who endures outrage. He is the man at the heart of the cosmic storm, in the realm of Poseidon. As we analyzed before, Poseidon's realm, the sea, is the stormy field of life itself, the ocean of emotions, of instincts, that overwhelming consciousness. The adventures of Odysseus were not merely historical or geographical, they were adventures of consciousness. He survived Scylla and Charybdis, extreme dualities, defeated Kirki, the witch Kirki, and that represents animalistic instincts. And he returns for the final battle. But to choose the quiet life, to get to that point, he first had to confront the most inflated idol of himself, which is Polyphemus. The cycle of Polyphemus in Odyssey that Odysseus kills is the personification of the illusory ego. His name, Polyphemus, means he who has much fame. He who feeds on external noise and recognition. He possesses only one eye. And this is an elliptical vision that sees only matter, materialism, lacking the double vision, the sensory and noetic vision that is granted by Athena. When Odysseus declares his name, Utis, which means no one, no body, he performs the ultimate initiation. To defeat the blinded ego that seeks much fame, you must first become one with yourself. You must shed the masks of the king, of the warrior, of the hero, of whatever, and by killing the dominance of Polyphemus within him, Odysseus is then liberated. He managed to liberate his insight, and he became a unified man who needs no external theater to confirm his existence. Before arriving at this ultimate moment of choice at the spindle of necessity, he had already, in his previous life, he had managed to do something else. He had to kill Antinous. Antinous is the leader of the admirers of Penelope. And this is not just an enemy. He is, as his name suggests, the Antinous, which means anti-mind, anti-consciousness. He is the force that takes over our inner house, consumes the soul's powers, and inverts right reason. By killing Antinous, Odysseus became the absolute master of autokinesia, which means self-motion. In the Odyssey, absolutely nothing is accidental. The names of the admirers of Penelope are psychological attributes of a soul possessed by passions. Let's see some of the names. Evrymachus, wide plus battle, external aggression, and the vanity of imposition. Amphinomus, it means around plus law, so moral wavering, recognizing what is right by lacking the courage to act. Then another one is Agelaus, which means leading, ago, plus people. So here we have demagoguery, provocation, and the need for social validation. Then we have Leodis, who is smooth plus form. Here we have hypocrisy and pseudo-spirituality and slyness. Ctesippus means possession plus horse, possessiveness and materialism. Odysseus does not just kill men, he cleanses his inner polity, and only then the soul can return to Penelope. And Penelope is linked etymologically to pini, which means a web, and ops, which means eye, face. So Penelope is the weaving of consciousness. It is the soul's ability to weave and unweave the world of forms until it finds truth. And this is the completion of the nostos, of returning home. Odysseus does not just return to Ithaca, he returns to his center. It is a return to the self. He has transmuted pain into wisdom, and he understands that true autokinesia is not found in ruling others in the outside world, but in ruling oneself, the inner world. After analyzing all this, it is a necessary opportunity to address those who claim that Greek literature is racist or exclusionary or whatever. To those who attempt to rewrite these myths to serve modern political agendas or inclusivity quotas based on external characteristics, know this, that you are acting exactly like the admirers of Penelope. You are usurping a spiritual edifice that does not belong to you. You break into the inner house of a sacred tradition, consuming its symbolic essence without understanding its law. And by reducing these metaphysical archetypes to the level of modern identity politics and racism or whatever, you're not being inclusive, you are being a reductionist, and you are murdering the symbol to serve the shadow. Greek pedia does not speak of any colors of skin, but of the quality of the soul, and the whiteness of the light or the darkness of the Tartarus are not racial categories, they are vibrational states. When you replace the universal noetic character of the Greek myth with fleeting political agendas, you're drinking the water of Amelitas river, of oblivion, before you have even lived. Greek thought is the heritage of the unified human consciousness, not a tool for social engineering. It is an invitation to transcend the biological, the political, the social, to reach something higher and understand the cosmos. So those who reduce these cosmic principles to social labels are only projecting their own limitations. Sadly, some have understood nothing at all. So, the river Amelitas and the return. Once the souls have made their choice and Atropos has rendered the thread of their lives irrevocable, they are led to the plane of Lethe, the plane of oblivion. This is a barren space, void of anything. It's a place where time itself seems to have stilled. And there, at the banks of the river Amelitas, they are called to drink. And here we have the final great trial of consciousness. The water of this river cannot be held by any vessel. Whoever drinks from it forgets everything. And here observes a crucial detail. The unphilosophical, those who were not taught inner alertness, self-consciousness, self-awareness, drink excessively out of their thirst and sink into absolute lethe. However, the one who possesses pedia and awareness drinks with measure, and he preserves a spark of mnemosine, of memory, and this spark will later become the anamnesis in their lives, the recollection of the ideas in the world above our world. At midnight, there is an explosion, and the souls are all suddenly catapulted upwards like shooting stars to be incarnated to their new bodies. Ere, who was forbidden from drinking the water, opens his eyes upon the funeral pyre. It is morning, the circle has closed, but the knowledge has been saved. Ere came back to this life to tell us what he experienced. the geometry of motion and the fall of the soul. For Plato, motion is not merely a displacement in space. It is the external expression of an internal state. To understand the fate of Adieus and the choice of Odysseus, we must examine how Plato defines motion. In the Timeus dialogue, he reveals that both the world's soul and the human soul are composed of two primary motions. The motion of the same, of the tafton, which is circular and has to do with pure identity. And this is the sovereign motion of the mind, of the nous. It is a perfect self-returning circle where the beginning and the end coincide. And it represents stability within motion. It is the ability of the consciousness to remain centered and unified while observing the whole. And it acts as a gravitational pull of the spirit that draws the soul toward its absolute center, the very source of being. And then we have the motion of the Thateron, which is the motion of the other. It is the realm of diversity. It is the realm of the senses and the realm of the constant flux. So unlike the circle, this motion is fragmented. And this is the force of multiplicity, a cosmic scattering that tends to twist the soul away from its center, dragging it toward the chaotic periphery of matter and the illusions of becoming and the world of the senses. When the soul incarnates, its circles are interrupted, disrupted. And Plato describes in the Timeus that the soul's entry into the body causes a violent shock. The upright circular motions of the mind bend, become distorted, and turn chaotic. Remember here what we analyzed during the episode of Hephaestus, the fall of the divine intellect into the density of matter. Just as Hephaestus became lame upon hitting the earth, the soul's perfect rotation is fractured, forcing the mind to labor through the resistance and the distortions of the physical world. The ascending soul. This is the soul that through pedia and self-examination manages to tame the disordered motions of the senses and restore its inner circle to its natural cosmic orbit. This soul becomes autokinetic, self-moving, in the sense of absolute self-mastery. The descending soul, Tartarus, Ardeus and the incurables have suffered a total distortion of motion. The circles of their souls have been totally broken. They no longer move circularly around the center, around the logos, but move more and more and more linearly and violently outward toward matter. This linear motion is the motion of entropy. In Tartarus, the soul is not tortured by a vengeful god, but by its own inability to circle itself. It is a rough and distorted motion that leads to the very dissolution of its own information. And this is why Odysseus chooses the quiet life. He realized that this excessive motion of the world, of ambition, of battles, of power, is nothing but unnecessary noise which pulls the soul away from its very orbit. By choosing stillness, he chooses to restore the circular motion of his mind, of his soul, aligning his microcosm with the macrocosm and the eternal evolution of the spindle of necessity. The physics of the soul, centripetal versus centrifugal. To comprehend ascend or descend, we must view the soul as a dynamic field of forces. We have the centripetal force, which is the nous, and this is the soul's tendency to be drawn towards the center, toward the source of being. And this is the motion of the tafton, of the same, as described in the Timeus. This force keeps the soul in orbit around the truth, preventing it from vanishing into chaos. The centrifugal force, which is our own distortions of how we understand reality, this is the soul's tendency to be thrown away from its center toward the periphery of matter and senses, of trauma, of greed, of whatever. And this is the motion of the other, which is the phateron. When passion, anger, greed, egoism, all of these things dominate, the centrifugal force prevails. To understand the incurables like Ardeus, we must examine the state of the soul through a modern lens. Psychopathy is the ultimate manifestation of the centrifugal force. In the psychopathic brain, we observe a literal fragmentation. A modern neuroscience reveals that while the calculating parts of the brain, the called intellect, may be highly functional, the areas that are responsible for empathy, for moral judgment, for emotional integration are often shrunken or disconnected or totally non-existent anymore. And this is a physical reflection of the broken circles that Plato described. And here we must be very careful not to confuse intellect with intelligence. Intellect, diania in Greek, can be a cold, linear, and highly efficient tool. And a psychopath can have a brilliant intellect, and using it like a sharp blade to navigate the world of matter and create havoc. True intelligence, which is gnosis, the highest form of consciousness, is the ability to perceive the whole, understand the harmony, harmonize yourself with this harmony, and understand the law of the very center of the cosmos. The psychopath possesses a fragmented intellect that has lost its centripetal anchor. And because they are totally disconnected from the logos, the center, their internal geometry is strictly linear and predatory. They do not circle around any truth. They move in a straight line toward their objectives or their desire and destroying everything else in their path. What happened to Ardeus in Tartarus is the spiral culmination of this biological state. His soul has undergone a total entropic dissolution. His information, his identity as a harmonious being has been totally shredded. It is non-existent. He is no longer a circle, but a chaotic trajectory into the void. He is incurable because the bridge between his calculating intellect and his divine mind has been permanently severed. On the other hand, Odysseus has understood the mechanics of the universe. His adventures in the Sea of Poseidon were a struggle to tame the centrifugal force of the passions, of the sirens, of the lotus eaters, of the Circe. That all of these things were trying to divert him from his course. By choosing the quiet life for his next life, Odysseus chooses the ultimate centripetal state. He withdraws from the noise of the periphery of fame and power to strengthen his inner axis. And he stabilizes his motion, aligning himself with the rotation of the spindle of necessity. Now here, it is crucial to understand that this is not an escape from life. It is the actual fulfillment of it. Because we are speaking of a man who has literally experienced everything. War, wandering, the divine, temptation, and absolute loss. Absolutely everything. His choice not out of ignorance or weakness, but of profound experience. Having exhausted the centrifugal illusions of the world, he now chooses the density of silence. His quiet life is the hard-earned peace of the soul that has integrated its journey and no longer needs the external noise to confirm its existence. His soul no longer departs, his soul returns. The nostos is the victory of the mind's centripetal force over the centrifugal dissolution of the ego. It is the upward path that is mentioned by Socrates, the restoration of the smooth circular motion that renders the soul immortal and undisturbed. The salvation of the myth and the eternal friendship. And so, Glafkon, the myth was saved and not lost, says Socrates. The word esothi, was saved, carries immense weight. The myth was saved because Ir returned it to recount it, but also because we, by listening to it, can be saved from the fragmentation of ignorance. In this series, we do not just view the gods as external entities or simple fairy tales, as so many out there believe, dismissing them as mere little stories for the primitive. On the contrary, we have recognized them as the universal frequencies of our own soul. We understood inner order through Zeus and the sovereignty of the Logos. We confronted the forms of matter and structure through Hera. We activated the strategic intelligence of Athena to see beyond appearances. We experienced ecstasy and the deconstruction of the old self through Dionysus. Hades taught us not to fear the darkness of our depths, but to understand that it is the very tool of our very existence. Hermes taught us how to translate the flow of life into meaning and acting as the ultimate weaver of consciousness. And now we have Ir coming to show us that all this knowledge, the entire pantheon we carry within us, is judged in one singular moment, the moment of proeresis, which means willful choice. If we understand that the soul is immortal and capable of enduring all things, if we follow the upward path, then we shall always be friends with ourselves and with the gods and with the cosmos, because the gods are no longer strangers. They are the very forces that align our microcosm with the harmony of the spheres. The series of the gods finishes here, but the journey of the soul does not, because every end is just the preparation for a new circle within the great year, within the megas eniaptos of the universe. So keep mnemosini alive, drink with measure from the Amelitas river, and remember that the blame lies with the chooser. There is no one else to be blamed.